It only feels early because I'm trying to keep it more on time. I hopefully remember where I started. Or at least where I left off. And we're on High Roller. This should be the beginning of the investigation. Because this is after we made an argument that it was actually a homicide. Pretty quiet elevators, huh? We could have taken the next one. It's a busy building, detective. Can't hold up everyone else on our account. Anything you like to grumble at me before I start? Don't touch anything. I don't care that you're wearing gloves. I've been to crime scenes before, you know. Long before the police get in there, in many cases. Look, Rockford asked me to not get in your way, but that doesn't mean I'm going to bend over for you. Do you at least have the autopsy report? No. Are you seriously? I don't. She doesn't? Why would she not? The report should have come in hours ago. It won't take this long unless the cause of death was still... Then I'd settle for a summary of the preliminary findings. An emergency call was made shortly after 8 p.m. last night via the home security system. Emergency medical services have a VTOL in the air within a minute. They landed on the penthouse helipad at 8:08. Dr. Ashur was found unconscious with low blood pressure and a weak heartbeat. He wasn't breathing. Unconscious, low blood pressure, and a weak heartbeat. In-flight auto-triage administered artificial CPR while in transit to Gatesfield Memorial. I can say auto-triage administered artificial CPR perfectly fine, but I can't say transit. He was declared dead a few minutes after being taken to the emergency wing. Okay. The cause of death is being investigated. How could you have ruled this as suicide then? Make an educated guess. He stopped breathing, so they gave him oxygen. His heart stopped pumping, so they had the machines take over. His brain activity dropped to 0. There wasn't anything else they could do. It was poison, wasn't it? What kind? You don't know, do you? And they don't know either. Like I said, ma'am, we don't have the autopsy report yet. Are you certain it was a poison, Adonai? Couldn't have been an accidental overdose? If he had overdosed on a commercial drug, even a pre-med student would have stopped at the on the hospital's intake screening. Yeah. It would have to have been a poison. They would have been able to pump his stomach, neutralize his bloodstream, and he would have lived. But he didn't live. So it must have been something deadly, a compound designed solely to kill. A fast-acting deadly poison that causes respiratory failure. The list can't be that long. Even just through process of elimination, the medical examiner should have identified it by now, unless... You suspect a designer drug, don't you, detective? Why is it you're only quick on the uptake when it suits you? Nothing else makes sense, given what we know and what we don't. But the CDCA decriminalized and cataloged all recreational drugs. Huh? Contraband Decriminalization Acts, a series of laws passed in the 2060s that decriminalized all narcotics use and established a Bureau of Narcotics Oversight to administer the production, licensing, distribution, and taxation of drugs across the country. Overwhelmed by civil unrest and eager to replenish government coffers, the CDCA were intended to reduce the backlog of criminal cases across the country and provide much-needed tax income, while also incentivizing immigration with the promise of amnesty. That's a lot. In what was considered a domino effect, other major nations around the globe passed comparable laws to build up their own depleted war chests and revitalize their local economies. The so-called white wave of global amnesty overturned the international drug trafficking market in just a few short years. The gray wave followed soon after, as money-starved criminal organizations waged economic and literal war against multinational corporations for dominance of this new gray market. Fierce competition for government license to produce classic narcotics emerged alongside a race to develop new, more powerful designer drugs and to monopolize on their sale in the months it would take the government to identify and legalize them. While rates of addiction and overdose deaths have dropped since their peaks in the last 2 decades, the dangers associated with untested designer drugs and drug distributors' eagerness to earn new customers has continued to fuel debate over the legacy of the CDCA and the white wave as a whole. So, okay. There's a key line in this. In what was considered a domino effect, other major nations around the globe passed comparable laws to build up their own depleted war chests and revitalize their local economies. That's the reason for other major nations. It was about money and tax, while also stimulating local economies. But for this country, it was tax, but also to reduce the backlog of criminal cases, while also incentivizing immigration with the promise of amnesty. They did it as a way of drawing people in while also offloading their criminal cases. That's really interesting. Wow. Wow. Not like it existed anymore, but so much for Dare. Guess you aren't entirely clueless about politics. So whatever Father overdosed on should have been in the hospital's database. You need to update your definitions. You're confusing designer drugs with recreational drugs. I can assume what designer is. In the literal sense, designer merely denotes any drug that is custom made as opposed to mass produced, typically outside of normal pharmaceutical industry standards. In common parlance, however, designer drugs, DDs, deeds, DEDs, are illicit narcotics formulated to produce a recreational high. While the CDCA and the white wave that followed it legalized and taxed virtually all known narcotics, it did so alongside extensive documentation and study, and those laws could only apply to drugs that already existed. Any drugs patented after the white wave must go through approval process and registration with national and international authorities, a time-consuming process that can take anywhere from 6 months to several years. This time lag creates a window of opportunity where an organized criminal groups can step in to meet the demand for a narcotic, What has become known as riding the wave is the new normal for the international drug trade. Pitting mob chemists against corporate laboratories in a race to develop newer, more powerful, more easily habit-forming drugs, and cornering the market on them before legalization catches up to them. That's really... Oh. It's using bureaucracy to their own advantage. Use is also frequently searched. Is Nerve legal yet? Best New Deads 2086. Nirvana designed by who? Oh, okay. Easier to do it underground first, on top of the fact that even if you do register it, it'll still be underground for at least 6 months, if not held up in whatever documentation hell for years. What is the difference? Recreational drugs are decriminalized and sold through pharmacies after years of testing and mountains of paperwork. While the average designer drug was invented last week in a 19-year-old line cook's bathroom on the other side of the globe. Hospitals can't know the proper countermeasures for an overdose of a drug that didn't exist 48 hours ago. I came across makeshift labs all the time when I was a uniform. The equipment's cheap and widely available. Black market cooks, gray market peddlers, and white-collar lobbyists all chasing each other's tails in a long line to find the next big hit. CDCA didn't change shit. More people die from ODs than ever before. Only difference is it's their families finding them in the living room and not beat cops finding them on street corners. Real comforting, I'm sure. If it wasn't you talking, I'd say that was a criticism of law enforcement. Not law enforcement, just a law. Assuming it was a designer drug, that would certainly make things more complicated. For the insurance guys, maybe. For us, whatever he used to do it, he still killed himself. Or didn't kill himself, if you insist. I'm gonna take a look around now. Yeah, sure, make yourself at home. What's that face for? I thought that there would be an outline. An outline? Around where they found Father. Like in the movies? Like in film? Connect to the police network and bring up their ARCS file. Augmented reality crime scene. I see. There is an outline. So this is where he died at the hospital. This is just where the medics found him. And it's the sensors and cameras they were wearing that create the basis for this arc. They didn't realize they were walking into a crime scene, but their body cams gathered data all the same. Where do we start? You can start by following behind me and trying to be as quiet as possible. I'm starting to get a feel for when she's pouting even without looking. It says here that when the medics arrived, he was on the floor face up. They used phone AR technology in Condemned. Another example of how Monolith was ahead of the time. It says here that when the medics arrived, he was on the floor face up. Wait, what? When Max arrived, he was on the floor face up. Why is he lying like that then? He fell backwards. Does that tell you something? Hey, if you were going to drink a glass of poison, would you be sitting or standing when you did it? I find it very difficult to speculate on that hypothetical scenario. The seat by his body is pulled out. If he was seated when he lost consciousness, I would expect to find him slumped over on the table. Yeah. But he wasn't found slumped over. No, he wasn't. And if he had been standing when he lost consciousness, I would think he would have fallen forward or at least collapsed less neatly. So what can you conclude from that, Adonai? I only thought I'm missing something. Better take a closer look. Password lock, but auto-cracked by the police, it seems. All the docs were take home safe. Nothing spicy. When was the last used? 7:48 p.m. Approximately 12 minutes before date of death. You would drink while standing and talking to somebody, but that doesn't explain how the chair fell over. Still, reading work emails only a few minutes before he committed suicide? Morbid. There's a lot of messages marked priority that breadcrumb their way back to an article. The one about the word mandroid bodies. In a stunning and heroic episode, one of our nation's brave soldiers had their life saved by a noble android, and in a way that no other competitor's product could. A brave private named Withheld was wounded during a military operation whose exact nature and location is currently classified. Bleeding badly and far from the nearest triage station, he was carried to safety by his fellow freedom fighter, an Animate 16 Enforcer, one of the few warm androids being currently tested out by the armed forces. But the android didn't just sit there and wait for evac. It opened up its arteries and pumped life using UD, Universal Donor, synthetic plasma into the young man's veins, stabilizing him long enough to reach a military hospital. I have no doubt he'd be dead if there was any other android fighting alongside him, said one commanding officer who asked not to be named. A brave private named Withheld. Commanding officer who asked not to be named. Okay. I always thought Noble was good at making ads that look good. Now I know they've got something inside them that no one else can compete with. The story brings a well-deserved shot in the arm to Noble's stock prices and market share. With this one heroic moment, Noble's worm androids have proven themselves to be worth their price tag. And then some, and then some, and then some. And people in the Capitol are paying attention. It's certainly an interesting idea, Senator Mathing said when asked about committing to a military contract for Noble to provide the armed forces with war models. Using the androids for war. The story got people talking. If we just ignore our constituents' feelings on the matter, we'd be neglecting our duty as politicians. And I know none of my peers would ever try to put a price on the life of one of our soldiers. They're using this incident as an excuse to hire more androids, to enlist more androids for the war, for at least military service. While additional details about the incident have remained closely guarded, the net is already ablaze with talk of, oh damn, you're not like This is the article they've seen going around, but why would Noble have it marked as priority? Starling said they weren't in any rush to pat each other on the back over it. Even though they won themselves a real prize. It's the military contract. They now have the excuse they need to pressure the military into a contract for warm androids. Why would Noble not be happy about it? Can't dismiss the expensive upgrade as an unnecessary now that it's saved the soldier's life. This time next year there'll be pink oxidizing fluid being spilled all over the globe. Why would they not want that? Exactly. Our Department of Defense would love something like that. And something like that in the military would be secured funding. Spilled alcohol. The arc showed how it looked last night before it evaporated. No foreign substances in the puddle. It's clean. What? So does that mean wherever this spill came from must be clean as well? Not necessarily. 2 cups, one empty, knocked over, and one mostly empty. These look cheap. Did this guest bring them? I've seen them before, in the basement liquor cabinet. He kept these lying around. I knew he regifted those crystal glasses I got him. Mark says there's nothing foreign in the upright one, so it can't have been poisoned. Results are inconclusive on the other cup, however. Well, it's bone dry. Must have been nothing but fumes left by the time this was considered a crime scene. Just not enough there for them to test. Inconclusive could mean... Inconclusive means inconclusive, that's all. Cheer up and read me the results of the fingerprinting. Father's prints are on both cups as expected. But there is someone else's on the upright cup. So someone else must have been with him last night. Slow down. All that proves is that someone else touched a cup. Doesn't tell us when they did it. And since we don't know who the print belongs to... Why don't we know who the prints belong to? Are the prints flagged as unidentified, or... No. There's space for a name, but the field is black. Shit. Am I already that late to the action? Detective Reyes. Yeah. There's a second set of prints on the cups. Is there a form you'd like me to sign? Doesn't matter how nicely you ask, sometimes people just can't answer. You should know that damn well, Madam Counselor. I was afraid you'd say that. I don't understand, Adonai. What does this mean? It means that whomever those prints belong to has very protective representation. Those prints belong to a witness. As you've guessed, you're more than welcome to their testimony. But their identity is... The department is being very considerate of the witness's privacy out of respect for their time and appreciation for their cooperation. Fine, forget the name. That easily? Subpoenas are always an option, but I'm short on time. A legal order issued by the state on the behalf of the prosecution or the defense that compels the addressed party to give testimony, provide information, or turn over evidence. Failure to comply with the subpoena will result in being charged with the contempt of court. What did the witness have to say for themselves, detective? To paraphrase, they came to see Dr. Ashur last night. The two of them talked and they had a drink together. Then the doctor got sick, so they activated the emergency system from the panel in the kitchen. The EMTs came and took them both to the hospital. Them both? So there were 2 people here. Asher's condition got worse. All of the witnesses' vitals were normal. The witness had their vitals taken, and there should be a record of their admission at Gatesfield. And that's it. I'm guessing you didn't just take all of that on faith. A number is set up in most of the rooms on this floor. Everything the witness told us was corroborated by the building's own surveillance system. So yes, we can guarantee that the witness never put anything into Asher's drink. I'm guessing that I can't have the keys to the penumbrum, can I? Not until the witness's lawyers are done reviewing it. Lawyers? Plural. I don't have time to trade jabs with the law offices of Johnson, Johnson. Alright. Say, how about I give you their business card? The law offices of Kochler, Gustav, Prince, and Prince. I was close. No way I'll be getting any client information out of them directly. If all you bloodsuckers want to get together and tear each other apart, text me before you start. I'd like to watch. Yeah, I bet you would like to watch. What does that even mean? I don't know. Needed a moment to think. So that was it. One chat, one peek at the cams, and you've already eliminated them as a suspect? Look. They were searched. They didn't have any poison on them. They didn't have any poison, any drugs, not even a stick of gum. Even if they somehow did have poison on them, the camera footage confirms they had no opportunity to use it. They drank from the same bottle as a dead man. As far as the department's concerned, they were nearly the second victim. But they aren't dead or even ill from the sound of things. It's always Johnson & Johnson. So you think he poisoned his own cup beforehand, then poured for the both of them from a safe bottle? That's what the evidence is telling us. It's a kind of elaborate way of only killing yourself. There's nothing in the bottle or the witness's cup. But after drinking from his cup, the cup he prepared himself, he fell ill and the witness didn't. And Asher died with a foreign substance in his body. An unidentified foreign substance. Suicide by poison. I get that you were close and simple explanations aren't all that satisfying. But that's life. One last thing. You just said he prepared his cup himself. Did you see that on camera? He left the parlor to get drinks and came back with his already poured. The witness says he got them from the basement. The witness says that, not the cameras. There's no cams in the lab, or the basement. So as far as you know, anything that happened in the lab or basement, it's completely up to hearsay. That seems like a security hazard. Why would Noble not set things up more carefully? It's intentional. If cams on his lab ever got hacked, outsiders could steal his IP and kick Noble's monopoly to the curb. Right. David did complain about Noble's weird protocols for combating corporate espionage. At least we can take comfort in knowing that Father wasn't alone when he died. Yeah, that's worth investigating. Rose River Whiskey, 12 years old. Nice. You recognize it? Sure, he was more than partial to the brand. It's a good brand, only a bit overpriced. which is the bargain of a lifetime in David's world. It appears that the police have already tested its contents. No foreign matter present was their conclusion. Is it possible that the police missed the poison? No. Even if they can't identify the poison, they can detect the presence by comparing samples of the whiskey to a bottle off the store shelf. So we can eliminate the possibility that the bottle of whiskey was poisoned. We'll have to find our smoking gun elsewhere. So the whiskey wasn't poisoned. One of the cups was unsafe. Why? I always admired this view. Buildings gleam with reflection of holograms and sunlight, and their shadows obscure all the rundown, rotting parts of town. Maybe the view's secondary. Maybe all anyone really wants is to put much distance between them and the street level as possible. Is it possible that a witness could have seen something through these windows? Not through these windows, no. David installed wide-spectrum auto tint in all of his homes, all his cars. I didn't know that. Well, you wouldn't notice until you were viewing the penthouse from more than... Why did he care so much about his windows? Privacy? I would assume. One chair knocked over, probably where David was sitting, and one chair pulled out, a party of two. He never cared much for socializing, but he enjoyed hosting. Contradictory guy. Police androids monitoring the scene. You can almost mistake them for the real thing, the way they stand there trying to look important. Like an indoor dog taking its first trip to the park. Pardon? Why are you looking at it like you've never seen an android before? Because I haven't. In person. David didn't even let you have a mic. David didn't even let you have a mirror? Brutal. Just scan its GIN if you're that curious. Unless that's considered too forward, or whatever. Drank the poison, cup was knocked over, yet fell backward off of his chair? Only the cup was poisoned, not the glass. A chessboard and a datapad with a series of characters on it. E4, C5, NF3, E6, D4, CXD4, NXD4. That's... moves. E4, C5, NF3, E6, D4, CXD4, NXD4. E4, C5, E6, D4, those are normal moves. NF3, CXD4, NXD4. That's also only 7 digits. C to D4? No. N to D4? No, because then it would be 2 on... Yeah. There's too many letters. It's case is bringing up too many memories. E4. It's not just a game. It has to be a cipher then. But it's a cipher using a chessboard. Black has checkmate in 40 moves. A robot that's actually good at chess. We ought to put you in a museum. But I'll take your word for it. What do you mean? Do you not play Adonai? No, especially not against David. Well, that is to be expected. Anyone who challenged Father to a battle of wits would naturally grow tired of losing. Every game starts the same. Each player has the same pieces, the same moves, the same options. It's a true test of wit, strategy, and forethought. To me, it always seems so... boring? Too fair. The smarter player wins every time. And that is something you take fault with? Of course. How's a gal like me supposed to win a game like that? E4, C5, NF3, E6, D4, CDX4, NXD4. Maybe she read it wrong? She was reading... A code pad, a set of codes like that, next to a chessboard. Wait. Black has checkmate in 40 moves. I'm gonna get a little bit chess nerd. Let me look this over again. Black has checkmate in 40 moves. Anyone who challenged Father to a battle of wits would naturally grow tired of losing. Every game starts the same, each player has the same pieces, the same moves, the same options. It's a true test of wit, strategy, and forethought. Too fair, the smarter player always wins. The smarter player wins every time. That's true, but white always has the advantage. I'm trying to remember what it was. But I know that whenever chess starts, white has a very, slight percent chance advantage because it moves first. But if black had checkmate in 40 moves... then it depends on who was playing... Assuming David was playing on the white side, whoever was playing black was going to beat him. Interesting. You said there's a camera footage in the dining room showing David and his guest. What about in here? The only camera in the kitchen is the one mounted on the call terminal. Console took a snap image when the witness ran in to contact emergency services. May I see it? Not unless you scrape the witness's face off the pic first. Don't tempt me. 3 unwashed dishes in a single glass. Reyes, these dishes haven't been scanned for prints yet. And I just assumed you might want to do your job. There are prints. Most match the victim. There's also... Huh? Hey! Don't sneak up on me like that. All I did was walk over to you. You knocked over the salt, Adonai. I was focused on the task at hand. Didn't realize tunnel vision was a selling point on your mod. Adonai, the salt. As I was saying, the witnesses' prints are on that glass. That glass in a sink? They were drinking from the cups in the parlor. Did you see a glass on camera? No. So when did they touch this glass? You need to toss it over your shoulder. The witness must have thought about giving the guy some water. But he would have just choked on it if they had tried. What, you think this glass was the murder weapon? It's bad luck, Adonai. Whacked him on the back of the head so fast it went between video frames. That's genius. You should go through the footage frame by frame to prove your theory. Mature. It's bad luck. Messy workspaces, but a pristine kitchen. David was a good cook, but only for others. Unless he had a guest, he'd happily eat instant ramen and protein bars for all 3 meals, or 2, or 1. No signs of food prep to be found, not so much as a cheese board. So whoever this guest was, they must have shown up unannounced. Unannounced guest, he went to get the glasses for water. But why is there a plastic cup with David's favorite drink? Unless he went to grab the cups. Unless he went to grab the glasses. But then the cups were pulled out after. It is really cute that she believes in superstition and that she knows about the result over your shoulder. David's fridge. Normally I wouldn't go poking in a pantry at a crime scene, but this was a poisoning. Some white wines chilling in a drawer, some real cheap liquor stuffed in the icebox. Old habits. Reyes, you said he left the parlor and came back with that whiskey from the basement. Huh? That's what the cams show, yeah. There's plenty to drink here, and unlike the cabinet downstairs, it's actually cold. He must have wanted Rose River in particular. What's that look for? You hungry? I'm an android. I do not get hungry. Are you being sarcastic? Only mostly. I thought you said you required organic nourishment. I do ingest organic substances, but that doesn't mean that I experience hunger as you do. So when you don't ingest organic substances for a long time, you have become tired. What a great feature. When I'm done digesting, I don't need to know. This is where the emergency call was made. What time did the call go out? 8:04 p.m. Before you ask, the witness left the parlor at 8:03. The witness left at 8:03. Not enough time for them to alter the scene. I wasn't going to ask that. When did the medics arrive? 8:08, remember? So that'll use a 5-minute window. Hell of a response time for a penthouse. Private EMS came by air? Yeah, they landed on the VTOL pad you saw outside. Took him to Gatesfield. The very best, if you can afford it. Looking around here, seems like he could afford a lot. He got his insurance through his employer, just like most people. Caduceus Executive Plan 4. Isn't like most people, Counselor. David assures health policy with Caduceus, paid for through Noble Electronics, includes private EMS services on standby. Caduceus only offers 3 levels of employer-provided plans that outrank it. He had executive level? Not like most people at all. You've now had the chance to survey the crime scene. Yeah. So do you think you know what happened? Detective, is his body still at the hospital morgue? Yeah, he's at Gatesfield, along with a half-hundred noble Megs who've all called dibs. Then I'll just have to cut the line. Sarah, get me a ride to Gatesfield Memorial. What? You can do that, can't you? I can. But I need your payment information to get started. Please give me your credit card number, the expiration date, and the 3 funny numbers on the back. Yeah, okay. Understood. On my way down. Got it? Sync complete. Set pickup for 10 minutes. Set pickup for 10 minutes should be plenty. The crowd down there seems to have gotten quite large. 10 minutes to reach the pickup spot may be that ambitious target, Adonai. How bad can it be? As I approach the lobby's exit, the building's soundproofing begins to fail. The crowd has gotten bigger, but there's something else happening out there. The energy's not panicked, yet it's creeping up on a tipping point. With this many people pissed at Noble for selling androids, the hell's got them all so excited? I don't know, what does that symbol mean? And this rabble? Probably something vulgar. Which one? That heart with a bullet hole. Probably nothing. Based on net associations, it appears to be a symbol for the Heartbreak Killer. That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why would that freak have a symbol, or a following, or these, whatever these people are? And why the hell would they be outside David Sasheer's apartment? Because Noble's trying to cover up the truth. They are? Those Megs in there are scrambling to shred every document they can. We need to stick together, form a perimeter, and try to catch them when they go to dump the scraps. Sarah, what are you hoping to find? Proof that Assured was killed for trying to blow the whistle. Blow the whistle? And heartbreak? Noble doesn't want the world to know that 816 is sentient and homicidal. You think that Heartbreak is an android? You think whoever did all this was human? Noble's advanced prototype went amok and started killing. Started killing random people. Don't be a lamb, it only looks random. There's a clear pattern, as long as you're smart enough to see past the bullshit. Oh, okay. Then how does one see past the bullshit? Stop engaging. Smart kid, she gets it. She's asking the right questions. What the hell are you talking about? No way those victims weren't related. It's gotta be a deniable ops. Deniable is a fictional classification for clandestine state actions that need not be taken responsibility for because plausible deniability and military disinformation efforts create enough confusion that every party involved, even the victims, can spin the outcome to suit their own needs. No such designation exists. Deniable ops are a common recurring concept in online conspiracy theories, often used as a way to question about why supposedly explosive events are never reported on through the media or addressed by world governments. It is also commonly claimed that deniable ops make ample use of private military contractors in order to further distance governments from the political ramifications for their military actions. Conspiracy theories are no laughing matter. If you're worried that someone you know might be being indoctrinated or spreading misinformation themselves, you can report them to the state at our non-confidential portal. That'll sure entice a bunch of people to share info. They must have all been in DO together before getting the records breached. Then as soon as they found out their usefulness. Are you nuts? Everyone knows the first 6 HK got to were the 6 prototypes that came before him. One android's so perfect, no one can tell him diff. A bullet to the heart's the only way to kill those A bullet to the heart's the only way he could kill those other over-engineered freaks. Everyone's got a goddamn opinion. I see. Stop seeing, start moving. These people are insane. Why don't you eat some corn slop, asshole? You think you can be the cyberpunk without ever thinking for yourself? Hey. Originally a term coined in a short science fiction story, and later having grown to a genre all its own. Cyberpunk historically has referred to a counterculture centered around the themes of underdogs resisting powerful corporate or government forces through digital guerrilla warfare. While the genre has persisted in modern times and evolved in numerous ways, over the last 2 decades it has taken on a new meaning as a kind of mythologized way of being for the adolescent or disaffected to aspire to, a code of conduct that emphasizes anti-authoritarianism, community organizing, corporate disengagement, and socioeconomic consciousness. The so-called singular cyberpunk has become the 21st century man without a name, a wanderer with their own rule of law. Cultural critic Simon Essentia summarized the appeal as thus: there's no such thing as a 21st century hero. Is it any wonder that the most vulnerable among us turn to the past for guidance? Users also frequently search for "Get ready with me, Cyberpunk," the 99 Man explain, and our co-ops Okay. Do you think it's a coincidence victim number 6 was working on hardcore corpse? They're putting something in the food. Those people, heartbreak. This is a goddamn embarrassment. What the hell am I paying taxes for if the state can't shut this shit down? What about you, Adonai? What do you think about this heartbreak figure? They're just a murderer. Should be caught and sentenced like any other murderer. They must have some... But they must have some reason for doing such terrible things. Aren't you curious? Why? Are some reasons for committing murder better than others? They might have experienced trauma or abuse. They might have... Millions of people experience trauma and abuse every day. Millions. And yet there's only one heartbreak. So you think they were just born that way? That's my guess. That's unsatisfying. Sad. I don't see why it would be. If heartbreak was born like that, then they never had a chance to be anything else. If heartbreak was born like that, then none of us normal people have to ever worry about turning out like them. That kind of predestination, it means they never have to take responsibility for what they are. That's very poignant. That's, not to... The toothy smile is really nice. Sarah's statement is, like, exactly my feelings. That's why I've never really liked the idea of fate or destiny. Like, saying simply that's how things are, or that's like, oh, I'm always like this, or that's how I'm meant to be. Like, that kind of predestination. If you subscribe to that, you essentially never have to take responsibility for how you think or what you do. You just kind of throw your hands up and say, well, it was meant to be this way, so I guess I'll never change, or things can't change, and it's just an excuse. The state can make them take responsibility. As soon as they can catch them. Make it sound so trivial. They're a very dangerous serial killer. Just a serial killer. Just? If HK shot someone every day, it would take them 1,132 years and about 11 months. Wait, what? If HK shot someone every day, it would take them 1,132 years and about 11 months. Every day. In order to have killed 413,789 people. You did that in your head? I'm good at mental math. You counted the leap years. But what is the significance of that number? Deaths within 18 months of the Lakefront industrial disaster. Lakefort. Congestion ahead. We're currently limiting traffic related to this particular search due to a large number of edits coming in from that addressed outside of your country's borders. We're proud to fight alongside variable user country and combating disinformation by foreign actors like those in variable user adversarial latest. That's very funny. You can read more about how and why this collaboration works here. Tired of running into slowdowns? So are we, but maintaining a secure data border takes resources. Secure data border? Contact your representative and explain why you think the national security budget needs to be expanded. We encountered an issue while processing your request. This is just search block. Times that number by 2 for the injuries. Tack on another 183% for the birth defects. 413,000 dead, and there wasn't anything evil about it. Just human error, some shoddy welding, and time. So you think that heartbreak is nothing by comparison? Perhaps that is the problem then. If they're nothing, yet they represent nothing, then they can stand for whatever the crowd wants them to. Please make way. Officials are coming through. Please disperse. Keep walking, pigs. Fascists. Noble owns the cops. How many cops they build? How many cops they build in the factories? Very funny. Why are we tolerating this shit? You want me to wade into a crowd with a nightstick? Prove them wrong? You know what I mean. We're the only people in this city trying to do some goddamn good, and they're all just... That's just part of our job, detective. No offense, man, but wearing a police badge earns you a little more hate than... Do they give prosecutors badges? I have an ID for the parking garage. Does that count? Depends. You ever hesitate to wear it in the open? This moral relativism of yours seems like a strange philosophy for someone of your profession, Adonai. Breaking up the thesaurus on me. I'm only being realistic and humble. I'm just one woman, Sarah. Whatever I do, right or wrong, is less than 1% rounding error in the grand scheme of things. Google Dragonfly. Less than 1% error rounding error. Do you tell that to your clients? No, but they come to appreciate it when I win. I don't mean cops in particular. The same deal applies to anyone who works for the state. The terms are stark, but the ink tried a long time ago, and we all agreed to them. I don't recall voting for it. Well, not voting is how these things come to pass, so... We traded freedom for safety, individual rights for collective power. The state won, the citizens lost. The very least we can do is take your criticisms head on. Look, I don't have a problem with the responsibilities of authority. Only with authority being challenged. But they treat us like we're the bad guys. Well, sometimes we are. Sometimes the law is wrong. So if any given individual is too small to ever affect change, so if the public's gonna hate us no matter what we do, and if corporations and governments will trample over people the same regardless of their character, and if we can't even be sure what we're doing is right, and if we can't even be sure we're doing the right thing, what do you do, Adonai? What the hell do we do? I think it's pretty simple. It's not as complicated as you'd think. In times like these, in a world like this, the only logical way to live, the only moral way to act is do whatever it takes to win. If I'm insignificant in the grand scheme of things, I can do my worst and no one will notice. If power is inherently evil, holding back won't save your soul. Just fight with both barrels, and trust the opposition to do the same. Winner takes all. That's really good. That's really good. Mmm. Mmm. That's really good. Gatesfield Memorial Hospital. Thank you. You're a lifesaver. And the next time the Bridezilla texts you, just turn your phone off. Chatty guy must have been due to go on break. When he tried and failed to find the witness's medical record, his datapad had a name blacked out. But I did see that they have a Caduceus Executive 3, more expensive than David's, which means they most likely... How did you do that? You need to hold the button to get the doors to close faster. Mashing does nothing. She's right. She is right. You always have to play to win. Because you always have to assume that your opponent is playing to win too. That is not what I meant. There are many others who arrived before us. How did you get us down here so quickly? Well, I didn't do anything. It was that nurse who escorted us. Yes, but you managed to get a stranger like him to help you with so few words, so little information. I don't think you even gave him I don't think you even gave him your name. Haven't you heard of the golden rule? Of course I have. Treat others how you would want to be treated. Wrong. Treat others how they would want to be treated. He wanted someone he could vent to. He wanted someone to pay attention to him, and he wanted to feel appreciated. Which meant he'd be eager to help given the chance. Even just reading someone's mood is quite difficult. How can you know about another person's want to be treated? There are no mind readers. No one can ever know anything about what... No one can ever know anything about what anyone's thinking. Maybe not even themselves. Doesn't matter if they're your parent, your twin, your lover, it'll always be a gamble. That is not a very comforting sentiment. Well, I think it's fun. Only because you're good at it. How did you get good at it? Same as anything. Observation and practice. You must have been observing and practicing for a very long time then. So we proceed down the hall, bear left, look for the fourth door. I'm gonna open the one that says Morgue on it. I think I have COVID. Come on in, don't stand out there in the... cold. Would it be accurate? Sorry about the chill in here, but I run a little hot. And you can see my roommates never complain. Yumi Sato, medical examiner. Medical examiner, blood type O-, March 3rd. 173 centimeters. Liked accessories, reality TV, palm reading, dislikes social media, dress code, ebooks, loves to make new playlists, hates to throw out old clothes, most proud of my weekly meal prep. Ooh. I am trying and failing so hard to maintain my cool. Dr. Sato, just the lady I wanted to see, though I didn't expect I'd get to. The fact that they've assigned a medical examiner and not some ad or junior means. Oh, you can just call me Yumi, and you're Morgan. I represent the deceased. The deceased. Oh, the deceased. Assured D. Wait, really? That's, weird. I thought this time slot was scheduled for a group of noble PR people who... I know. Weird, right? Well, what the hell do I know? I was getting tired of hosting Megs anyway. I gotta finish typing up this report before we talk shop. But in the meantime, feel free to make yourself at home. This place is pretty cool for a morgue. Are these all dead bodies? One would hope so. I only meant that I'm surprised to see them stored here. It suggests a backlog would suggest a higher murder rate than public data would lead one to expect. You only examine bodies for the police, Doctor? Oh, I wish. Nah, most of my job involves confirming COD on natural deaths for insurance adjustments. Insurers want to blame the mod for failing. Mod makers want to blame the dev for not exercising enough. Family says the company insurance plan would pay for mods, but not a gym membership. Yeah, that whole wall there is suspected defective liver mods. Suspected leaking internal bio batteries. Suspected CCIC. Climate change induced complications. You can prove that climate change contributed to an otherwise natural death? Very, very rarely. If it can be proved, what does that mean for the family of the deceased? Plus or minus 14% on the life insurance. Fucking shit. I mean, it's most of what I do, and I don't dislike my job. It's just... so much of what I do just boils down to telling a bunch of cheapskates how to split the dead man's bills. It's enough to make homicide feel like a breath of fresh air. That's fucked. There's a lot of screens. Yeah, there's a lot of screens. There's gotta be diminishing returns on productivity. You would think. Why do you have so many monitors, man? You can't just ask someone that. Good question. Every quarter where they do inventory and budgeting, they ask me if I need anything, and I never do, so I submit a blank form. But I guess a while back, there was a +1 in the spreadsheet somewhere, and no one's ever corrected it, and so... boom, I got 4 new monitors every year. Do you run out of things to use them for? Sometimes. But this year I've started running 2 dramas at once. But this year I've started running 2 dramas at once when I'm doing rote work, which helps. Watching 2 television shows at the same time helps you do rote work? Helps me use up the screens. I see. If you micromanage that, that's like 8 different streams that you can all watch at the same time on 2 of those 4 monitors. Oh. What's this? The hospital's getting renamed? No, guess it's some other hospital that got snapped up. Hospital renamed to thank Ikaria family. In a ribbon-cutting ceremony held uptown today, Plowder Memorial Hospital was formally renamed the Northeastern Ikaria Medical Complex, in recognition of the family's incredible generous donations over the last several years. It's the latest in a string of philanthropic efforts by the family to result in a name change after they paid for the renovation to the orchestral hall and retrofitting of what used to be known as the Scout Arena. But it wasn't so long ago that the Ikaria were better known for drawing blood than donating it. Back before the 50s, they had a fearsome reputation for cutthroat business practices that had their business rivals going so far as to accuse them of involving with organized crime. After the funding of the Renegan Medical over 25 years ago, and its subsequent sale, the Ikaria have moved out of the business world and into the upper echelons of society. They are sometimes mockingly referred to as neobility. That's honestly pretty good. A generation of newly minted aristocrats born from the unique and chaotic economics of the mid-21st century and the Red Decade. When asked their opinion on those who labeled their family house, Ikaria at the hospital's renaming ceremony, Renegan board member Mirek Ikaria had this to say: "In this country, anyone can make a name for themselves so long as they're willing to put in the work. Mock new money all you want, but the truth is that success is all about reinventing yourself. And the only ones uncomfortable with that are..." We're working forward to print out the rest of the article, character by character. It's tough work, but we'd be able to do it a lot faster if you leave a tip and drop a payment into the jar. You're not even gonna finish the article and you're asking me for a tip? Ikaria. Guess they weren't always in the same line of work. Now they're passing the name over wherever they get themselves a new image. All the neobility are eager to prop up their image wherever they can. But they must go double for the Ikarias. Assuming the truth about their criminal past is anywhere close to the rumors. Is she finishing up over there? Right, okay, so what's up? Thanks for your time, Dr. Sato. My first question would be, what was the cause of death? Oh, hi. Oh, wow. Hi there. Cute android. I didn't even realize it was. Really cute. The skin is... that's remarkable. Even just looking close, you can tell they're really warm. Still not quite human body temperature. They've come a long way. The early gens all looked flushed, like they were always running a fever, and they ran like it too. Even 2 years ago, the average warm android only lasted. Sorry, but the circumstances surrounding this particular case call for expediency. Right. So, what can I tell you? Were we able to determine the cause of death? Well, cause of death, sure. We got that much figured out at least. But doesn't that sound particularly reassuring? Doctor sure died of respiratory failure. Not enough oxygen in the blood, not enough blood going to the brain. Root cause being widespread depression of the central nervous system. What would the symptoms be? What would have looked like? Lightheadedness followed by dizziness, then headaches, slurred speech, exhaustion, loss of consciousness, and finally respiratory arrest. Reports show that the EMTs tried intubation and resuscitation through electrical stimulation repeatedly. By the time he got to the emergency room, they were desperate enough to attempt direct artificial blood oxygenation, but it was too late. And you're certain of all this? Oh, well, most of it's sweet. Most of it? Well, it's turned into quite the puzzle, and I'm used to having more pieces to start with. I was surprised a man as rich and famous as him didn't have any kind of biomes, but his files show... Biomonitor? Biomonitor is a general-use term for a wearable technology or implanted mods that monitor or provide feedback on an individual's vital organs. Commonplace among the affluent as an additional layer of security, biome use is relatively rare among the middle class. Some sociologists and consumer trend analysis point to anxieties about the climate, pollution, and stresses of modern life as a wide adoption of biomonitors has met resistance with medium-wage earners. If one's health is already assumed to be poor, constant knowledge of status might be considered uncomfortable. Biomonitors are also frequently employed by incarceration, probation, and workplace health initiative programs. Gee, I wonder why. I wonder why. There's so much interesting, but like super depressing technology in this. Like, yeah, this effectively is just like, oh, a smartwatch. Like, haha, it tells me about my heart rate. But like, being able to look at your watch, see how healthy you are. It also means that if like no symptoms are showing, but you see on the monitor that something's wrong, you can immediately go to the doctor sooner. But if a medium wage earner has one of those things and it's just like constantly saying, hey, you're sick, reminder, you're sick, hey, you're sick, it's just like a ticking clock of saying, hey, reminder, you're slowly dying, but you don't have enough money to go to the doctor. Jesus. Slang term for nouveau riche, families that arose in the second half of the 21st century amid the global economic turmoil. The name carries a negative connotation and is meant to criticize the way said families supposedly style themselves as nobility or even as a second estate that administers global power alongside the first, governments and third, corporations. Who are neobility families, how to marry into wealth, define nuevo. He wasn't a viable candidate for modding. Yeah, that's right. Without that kind of first-hand tech, we don't have nearly as much data as we'd like. But he was extensively monitored from the moment the EMTs arrived. We're very certain about our conclusion. Did you find anything else unusual about his body in the examination? Cuts or bruises? No injection sites, nothing in any cavities. Nothing at all, Police mentioned a tox screen. Yeah, that's the thing. They ran a tox screen when he first arrived, typical diagnostic intake procedure. Based on the emergency call, they figured he must have overdosed on something. But the tox screen gave them nothing. It didn't show up. After he died, we performed the broadest screenings possible. Nothing. Lightheadedness, dizziness, headaches, slurred speech, exhaustion, loss of consciousness, and finally respiratory arrest. If he was poisoned... Wait. The poison didn't kill him, it was his nervous system locking up. Lightheadedness followed by dizziness, then headaches, slurred speech, exhaustion. So were you forced to conclude this was a natural death? I didn't give up that easy. I took blood samples and compared their makeup with what was on record in this previous medical history. And I managed to isolate a single, non-naturally occurring chemical compound that wasn't there before. What was it? Some exotic toxin from a different hemisphere? I wish. I ran it through every available database we have access to. I mean, even a few I only sort of have access to through some friends. Not only does it not match any known poison, it doesn't match the chemical makeup of any registered compound. So it was a designer drug. That seems to be the best example. Best explanation. What the hell did you do, David? You said it didn't match any registered compound. What about compounds that aren't registered? Those friends of yours, private sector folks? Yeah, and pharmaceuticals. If one of them patented a new compound, a new drug, what would keep its formula from going onto the record? In the private sector, intellectual privacy is the norm. Intellectual piracy is the norm, so you're expected to protect your research aggressively. Patent first, find a use later. Yeah, a patent would have at least described your compound in brief, but depending on what country you file in, I've heard it may be considered prudent to keep the actual chemical makeup off the record. Smart. Using international IP law as your own personal minefield. How so? Whenever you're ahead, patent as much as you can, as fast as you can, but bury the formula so no one knows where it's safe to walk. Also true. Very specific game company comes in mind about something like that. Anybody small and ambitious comes along, finds a new drug they're excited about, you flip up your card, let them know you came up with the idea years ago. And that'll give them death by 1,000 court dates if they so much as blink. When they work on anyone your size or bigger, they could punch back, but the rest of the field... Well, you corporate lawyers are scary. I'm not a corporate lawyer. So you came up with that strategy just now? So it's possible that this poison is actually a known substance? Something that the hospital could have easily identified? If it wasn't considered a trade secret. Yes, unfortunately that is a possibility. Still, just because a drug is new, that doesn't mean it's original. Does the effect that this compound had remind you of any other drug? Maybe one that's prescription only, or a controlled substance. One you might know by another name, but with a patented structure. Sorry, sweetheart, it's a general depressant. And there are a lot of drugs that have that effect on the body, and they come in all shapes and sizes from all kinds of places. If the effect was unremarkable, what about its strength? Could you estimate how much of this stuff he had in his body, all told? Not precisely, no. Not without detailed knowledge on its half-life, but I'd guess that it must have been About 20 milligrams? Is 20 milligrams a lot? Not for a medicine. So this wasn't just an overdose of something relatively harmless then. No, not if 20 mil was enough to crash his entire nervous system. Thank you, Yumi. Of course. So, you ready to view the body? You could skip it if you want. I know most people get squeamish around corpses. Yeah, that shouldn't be a problem. Okay then, let's get started. Alright, I'll just step out for a moment to give you some privacy. Yes, please. Thank you. The last time we talked was on a Sunday. You're complaining. I remember that. It's the principle of the matter. Right. You had ordered this cheap piece of shit sculpture or something by mistake. And it came damaged, and you wanted to send it back for a refund. I gently reminded you how, with your salary, it was literally not worth your time. And I kindly offered to throw it out for you, since you're having so much trouble letting go. You're only offering because you want to see how loud it sounds shattering at the bottom of my trash can. I denied it, even though you were right, and it was obvious. I should have let you have that one. I thought that he would look different. But he looks exactly the same as I remember. His skin is pale. He's very pale. But his face is the same. His hair, his hands. You're expecting something more drastic. The last time I saw him, he was alive. He smiled and told me he would see me soon. Now he's dead. Something is gone. And I can't find the difference. I'm trying to look harder. But I think I might just not be capable of it. And I wonder why. Why I was created to not be capable. Could be an issue of skill. Or maybe it's not something that can be seen, no matter how hard you look. But it's there, I guarantee it. I've seen the transition enough times to be sure that between life and death, the distinction has significance. To the dead at the very least. You're going to smoke? Here? Now? I'll pay the fine. That's not the issue. Were you expecting me to fall to pieces? Real boys grieve in all kinds of ways, Pinocchio. Some don't grieve at all, it seems. I'm a cold woman, sorry to disappoint. The hell? Why the hell won't this thing light? Adonai. You have your cigarette backwards. That's gotta be so gross. Alright, that's back into cold storage for him. So, need anything else? Can you send me the chemical makeup for that compound you isolated? Sure, for what it's worth. Let me just... It's got carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, hydrogen with hexagonal structures. That's... Oh, I'm trying to remember back. Carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, hydrogen. Huh. So it's organic, but there's a number of metallic elements too. And if you had to speculate on its intended use, based on what we know of its structure... Especially after trying to light it, I can't imagine how that would fucking... Well, it certainly acted like a depressant, binding to respiratory pathways and affecting the balance of neurotransmitter reuptake. Depressants are pretty rare in the designer drug scene. True, people are always looking for a higher high or a crazier trip, but a more powerful depressant will just make you fall asleep. Not much needed to hit up the gray market for that kind of experience. No, there's not. I see. Really don't taste it. It's just an awkward moment of white when I light. At least get it wrong at the start, I guess. Thanks again. You've been extremely helpful during a very difficult time. Hey, anything you need, give me a ring. That's very chin. Rockford's orders got me on call, so I'm already getting overtime for the whole weekend. Glad to hear it. Goodbye, Yumi. And goodbye to you, Greenie. My name is Sarah. Nice to meet you, Sarah. July 1st. Up on ramps and down off ramps, above skywalks and under tram lines. Buildings get progressively more polished as we head into the most economically developed part of the city. Corporate territory, national headquarters for the likes of How Industries, Lakun, Tits, Knife. Each of them sheltering their own micro-city of employee accommodations beneath their skyscraper shadows. Whalefall, the entirety of the ocean floor coming together to feast and grow and live. Live off the fetid, rotting fat of the Leviathan that swallows generations of people by the mouthful. Weight is commonly listed. My weight is... Do I really have to disclose that? Noble lays claim to one of the largest shadows in a city, a towering nerve center of the whole nation's android industry. And it's meant to be intimidating, I'm sure, but the day and but that Noble keeps such a sizable physical presence here. I need answers about David and his work on Sarah. Answers I'd never get browsing the company's website or speaking to a representative. Synopsis. Relationships. There are typically trivia sections as well. Should I start there? Noble have their guard up, of course, but even that will tell me something. Where they let me walk, who they let me talk to. History. Their efforts at performative transparency and clumsy obfuscation. Well, how did you know my father? What? I'm sorry, did I interrupt your brooding? No. What did you ask? My father. I knew you were his friend. But what was your relationship like? Can't you just scroll through our socials? Father avoided social media. And your online presence is... not significant. You say I don't have enough followers? Essentially. Z-lister. We went to the same college. You studied programming? No, I studied all kinds of different things as an undergrad, but not technology. Is that a good way to prepare for law school? I wasn't preparing for law school. Or anything else, really. David, though, he had a talent. He had talent and he knew he wanted to do something with it. He studied programming, robotics, discrete math, cybernetics. What classes did you share then? Business ethics. Okay. I was the second best student in the class, and he was the first. He was the one who asked the most questions. Not about his actual ranking. Not sure about his actual ranking. He found the course challenging, and I clearly didn't, despite being younger. Guess he felt burned. He'd come up to me after class to argue, and sometimes to ask for help. Father always talked about socializing like it was a chore. It was kind of you to give him a chance. What, like I was some kind of social butterfly? The belle of the ball? You weren't? One Sunday night, he knocked on my door all panicked, saying he was in bad shape for this tech course. There was a midterm or something the next day. I couldn't make heads or tails of the material, but I did my best to at least quiz him. He wasn't satisfied though, wanted to cram the rest of the night. Father had to cram for an undergraduate midterm? Did I say something scandalous? He's been called the founder of modern programming. Yeah, well, every founder types can have their poor management when they're 21. They can have their poor time management when they're 21. Sure. He was already fried by that point. Wasn't hard to tell what he was really asking for. So I went and stole his study aid for him. You stole a controlled substance? Just to help him with studying? No, that'd be insane. No, I just pocketed some breath mints from the common room. Told him to pinch his nose and swallow fast because this taste is so strong. You gave him a placebo. He already knew the content as good as he ever would. What he needed was to sleep. He could barely keep his eyes open by the time I got back from my daring heist. Didn't take much convincing for him to rest his eyes just until it kicked in. And the test? Wait a minute. So I went and stole his study aid for him. No, that'd be insane. I just pocketed some breath mints from the common room. Told him to pinch his nose and swallow it fast because the taste is so strong. You gave him a placebo. He already knew the content as good as he ever would. What he needed was sleep. He could barely keep his eyes open by the time I got back from my daring heist. Didn't take much convincing for him to rest his eyes just until it kicked in. And the test. B+, I think. I'm surprised that Father stayed close with you after that. You stole and lied to him. I stole and lied for him. And David understood that. He was good at understanding things without me having to spell them out. But I guess that's not the kind of thing that gets passed down through programming. Anyway, we kept in touch after that. First year of grad school, he published this paper. The Turing Solution, a framework for programming adapted linguistic heuristics. One of his advisors came up with that title. David thought it was way too cocky, but still hasn't failed any known Turing test in the years since. Don't look like you're the one who deserves credit for it. He called me one weekend asking for advice on how to handle all the attention. Job offers, interviews, apprenticeships, invitations to immigrate. What did you tell him? I don't remember telling him anything, actually. A lot of our conversations went like that. He would talk to me about whatever personal or professional problem was stuck in his head that day, and I would nod while he bore himself out. And at the end of the conversation, he thanked me, even though I hadn't offered a single word of advice. He took Noble's offer and then took over his education, paid him to work on his masters during the day and attend corporate training at night. And whatever else Noble may be, they were smart enough to start listening to him early. You are referring to his one-point doctrine. Quality over quantity. Simple and elegant, just like his code. Simple and elegant. But anathema to a global corporation with supply chains designed for maximum capacity and just-in-time manufacturing. But obviously they got over that distaste fast enough. In the span of a few years, Noble's gone from making manual labor ads for meager profit to being the world leader in intelligence as a service. Fuck off. Even as he was making money hand over fist, he still kept in contact with a nobody like me. I moved to the city for my apprenticeship. He helped me put a down payment on my apartment, then made up excuses as to why he couldn't help me with boxes. So is that enough detail for you? Thoroughly convinced that he and I were, in fact, friends? I am. But Adonai, the favor that you owe him, what was it for? That's private, understand? I have zero interest in talking about it with you. Say you understand. I understand, Adonai. We will be arriving shortly. Shall I send word ahead? Just tell them that David's lawyer is here. Northeastern HQ. Sub-lobby A8. Tch. Reminds me of Seraph Industries. I've been here before. Sat right here in this lobby waiting for David to come and treat me to lunch. At least I think it was this lobby. Could have been some other floor. Could have been an entirely different building. All these corporate towers of Babel feel like interchangeable fractals to me, folding in on themselves in patterns of narcissistic paranoia. So monumental in the scale of their hubris, they need to use non-Euclidean geometry when drawing up the blueprints. The greatest minds of each generation coming together, just to find the most expensive way to shove their heads up their asses. Adonai, something bothering you? Just doing the math on how long we'll be kept waiting here. Apparently, someone will be here shortly. So maybe if I pass the time by glaring around the place, it'll improve my mood. To think this is only one room. This complex is so massive that it doesn't even feel man-made. It's like it was carved out of a rock by waves, like it's always been here. That's the con. If this place was actually natural, there'd be birds everywhere. I hadn't considered that. Why aren't there birds in here? Probably because they had to do that. Probably because of what they do to the ones that get in. I'm kidding. Though I don't have a better explanation. They changed the logo again. Noble Electronics. How's it feel stepping in here? Is this the kind of religious experience for you? It's just a corporation where my father worked. Careful now, they'll burn you for heresy against the company. You said it again, the company, as if it's a proper noun. You're mimicking the employees, aren't you? So I can't obey simple orders, but I can pick up on that. Is it just part of the corporate culture? Noble's one of the biggest corporations there is, one of the biggest there's ever been. We mere humans can't hope to escape the gravity of anything that size, no matter where you live or how far off the grid you think you are. So imagine what it's like working for them. You live in company dorms, work in company quarters. Wherever you go, that locus above your head. You eat, sleep, and breathe on Noble's timetable, at its discretion. When you spend your whole life inside of it, Noble must feel big enough to be the only company there is. So much energy, so many people, all so intent. You kidding? It's Saturday. The place is half empty. But doesn't everyone work on Saturdays? All the parents do, so they don't need to find childcare on Sunday. Everyone else flips a coin, I guess. All these people for 12 hours a day, 6 days a week. What could they all be possibly be doing? Making work for themselves. You can be very cynical, can't you? Yeah, I'm terrible. But that guy over there has just been jiggling his cursor for the last 20 seconds. Whoever comes the greatest better have a pulse and some goddamn authority. My mood's starting to sour, and if they just send me to the first link in an infinite chain of corporate bureaucracy, I'll make them wish. Morgan? That's me. Hey there, Android Manufacturing Quality Control, Eastern Division. Evan Dawes. He says, like an afterthought. Chief Supervisor, Android Manufacturing, Quality Control, Blood Type A-. Likes hammocks, calligraphy, pale ale. Dislikes Frick, states, conference calls, 5 o'clock shadow. Proud of his practice handshake, struggles with solving captchas. Hair starting to gray. What's a name compared to your place in the hierarchy? You seem familiar. Have you? I'm David's lawyer. Oh, then we must have... Apologies. Let me first just say how sorry I am about his passing. You and everyone else at the company must be going through a lot right now. As if it's a proper noun. Thank you for taking the time to meet with me. You're welcome, but it's not a big deal. Everyone's on the racer today, but what else is new? And compared to PR or legal right now, our workloads in QA are... Never mind. How can I assist you? Shortly before his passing, Dr. Usher began the process of registering this android. Yes, that is correct. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to finish the job. Look at that. It's definitely custom. Gee, you think? Good thing I sought on an expert. Warm, it goes without saying. Reminds me of the A16 Premier, if anything. The barcode is clearly printed. No visible defects. But you're right, it doesn't correspond to anything we've got on file. Well, we sent you the right man for the job. Now we just need to get you to go to the right place. Not far, I hope. It's in the building. In the building, that can mean anything from down the hall to half a day's hike. But the production line on B9 should have everything we need. You do manufacturing inside your corporate headquarters? B9's a fully functional production floor, but it was only built for demonstrative purposes. Your clients make deals upstairs about how many and in what shape or size. Then they come down to the basement to see how the sausage is made. They have enough money to build a fake factory just for guests? Smart. As long as you're only giving tours and not giving away company secrets. No need to worry about that. We take intellectual security very seriously around here. No kidding. There are 11 cameras on us at the moment that I can see. And who knows how many pairs of modded eyes are aimed our way. Clearly nothing here happens without the almighty company knowing about it. So if they try to claim ignorance about anything, it's gonna piss me off. Lead the way. Basement floor 9. This is way more commitment to a production floor than I expected. It really is fairly funish down here. I don't want to take up too much of your time, but it's pretty rare to get to see all this in person, you know? Would you mind terribly if I looked around for a moment? No problem. I've got some prelim paperwork I need to handle anyway, so have at it. Better take full advantage. I'll need more than cursory knowledge if I want to figure out where Sarah came from and why David wanted me to take custody. I'm gonna look around. You stay put in the meantime. Don't I? Wouldn't want to lose you among the rest of the merchandise. What's being built out there? Our top-of-the-line brand-new bestsellers, the Animate 16 Warm. Looks kinda cold out there. We keep the factory floor refrigerated. Slows the organics already tuned metabolic activity to a minimum. Soft freezing. That explains why the room doesn't smell like rotting flesh. The flesh out there is only somewhat rotting. Slowly. I just meant I'm surprised to see metal. Oh, well, the A16s have alloy endoskeletons. The organics are layered on later in the process. Sounds like what Sarah told me about herself. Maybe she really was the A16's prototype. But it's hard to imagine pushing the gap between her and these scattered doll parts. I guess so you can grow just about anything from Lax Gemini. How do you get the synthetic and organic to work together? Yeah, that was our first concern when R&D began to work on the form concept. The 1.0s were real skin with synthetic muscle. And it was a horror show. Metal pulling on skin was just... right. For 2.0, they worked backwards. Organic muscles, organic skin. But digital signals on organic hardware was a dead end. Didn't the muscles flex when you passed an electric current through them? They'd flex and unflex, sure, but that's not nearly precise enough for facial expressions. Looked like puppets strung up on live wires. We used the test footage to haze interns, actually. We must have figured something out. The A16 wouldn't look out of place up on the runway. Thank you, we tried. We ended up reaching out to mod companies. Well, we actually just bought about a half dozen of them, but... right. They figured out how to get human nervous system moving mechanical limbs decades ago. And so we needed to get a mechanical nervous system to move. Living limbs. Very clumsy attempt to avoid using the word human. High precision mods are slotted straight into the nervous system. They receive their input from neurotransmitters, not by electricity. So you had to do the opposite. Exactly. We created a synthetic nervous system that our androids could use to communicate with organic flesh. Where did the breakthrough come from, Dr. Sher? Partly. He led the team that built the motor neurons and its analogy. Jeez, I can hardly read. They carry command from the central nervous nodes to individual muscles across the chassis. But the synthetic analog serotonin, that was actually an old brainchild from the VP of Android Furnitures, Ellen Young. Hasn't David mentioned Dr. Young before? Sounds impressive. She's one hell of a biochemist. Or was, I guess. Not much time for individual lab work when you get to keep her kind of pay grade. So Young collaborated with David on the technology that enabled warm androids. As I thought, whatever went into Sarah that makes the android so distinct, he couldn't have taken sole credit over it. Young, did he partner with her on this? An inhaler left on the desk, probably a half dozen empty ones in the drawers. DOS, the inhaler. They're distributed by the company, correct? Oh, yeah. HR handles it. They personalize your dosage and prescription and update it based on performance and job fulfillment reviews. You get more of your high and more of your dose if you perform better. Boss makes $1, I make a dime. That's why I get high on company time. Other corporations do it the same way. Yeah, pretty much. Everyone's trying to keep pace with each other, so you can't have your employees losing focus on a job. It costs you. Goodness, how much in lost efficiency. Sorry if this is insensitive, but given what happened to David, are overdoses common in the company? Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah? He says.
Overdoses, that is.
Not hospitalizations or deaths. It's all pretty organized these days. These days? Back when I started in counseling, pretty much everyone had an embarrassing story from the first 2 years where they popped a few too many greens and missed the on-ramp. Popped greens? Yeah, it used to be pills. Green to get you going, yellow to keep you there, and red after brushing your teeth to get you in bunk fast. But yeah, the inhalers are a huge improvement, like going from torches to the light bulb. They sync straight to your personal biomes and adjust dosage in real time. Overdoses are way down. That's great to hear, sure. A drug that modifies itself to make sure it's optimal for whatever you want at any given time. Surely, nothing could go wrong with that. The trainees under me don't realize how good they've got it. Kids probably won't even have to learn how to purge. I'm hoping that means what I don't think it means.
No, it is. It is.
Okay. Yeah, I know, right? That's gnarly. She needs to share components with that coffin Sarah was napping in. Oh. If DOS does quality assurance, it's some kind of Android calibration device. Probably what he'll use to register Sarah. It's a little... Is Sarah tall enough for it to recognize her? Is she tall enough to get on this ride? There's something out there that caught my eye when we came in. A very familiar shape of crimson. I squinted the glass on the floor. There are temperature control fuel tanks. The glass and plastic fluids are eye-catching. Scarlet that transitions into... So you add the blood toward the end. You mean the oxidant? Yeah, relatively late in the process. Something out of place? Androids have blood. Yeah, it's not officially labeled. But it isn't real. Sometimes milky, sometimes neon, occasionally garish, but pink. I just didn't think the oxidant would be red. Oh, right. Sorry. Barely noticed it at this point. The color's natural comes from the bio manufacturing process. The chromofuge out there removes the byproducts the waste excess pigment. Chromofuge? Manufacturing machinery that processes organic fluids used in the production of warm androids. Remove byproducts, impurities, and pigments from android blood, thereby changing its color from red to pink. Changing it from blood red to psychopop pink. Without that chromoforge, our android's flesh would come out looking like all the wrong colors. It may be true, it probably isn't, but it may be done. I have a simpler explanation. Blood is primal, decide if it carries weight. They change the color of the product's blood so that when an android gets a bottle broken against its face, bats an eye. Feels like I've seen this before. That's right, there was one in David's lab. That's a nanograde elementary manufacturer's nanofactor for short. Real high quality piece of machinery. H&M built in-house by Randick Mechanics. What does it do? Nano-level flash fab. Flash fab? A method of manufacturing artificial microscopic compounds that utilize parallel nesting to assemble billions of simple structures in 10 or even 10 minutes or seconds. In minutes or seconds. Nanomachines have been around for the better part of a century, but the time and resources required for their construction through traditional means was historically prohibitively expensively, limiting exploration of and investment into nanotech. In the years since flash fabrication's introduction, use of the demand for nanomachines has exploded, and scientists, doctors, and product designers have found brand new niches for them across every industry. Concerns about the ecological impact of this surge in nanomachine construction have been raised through the official instance of the Nanolife Industrial Lobbying Group. Has remained uncovering. Nothing that's more could possibly leave that big of an ecological footprint. Sure. Basically, a 3D printer for nanomachines. You built nanomachines in factories for use in your androids? The raw materials are cheap, literally elementary. So, no sense in getting them shipped in. It's mostly mechanical ones that make us that. It's mostly the medical models that make use of them. Inject a couple thousand nanites into a patient's bloodstream, run diagnostics, and prove the solution. A 3D printer for nanomachines. So what kind of ink does it use? Silicon, hydrogen, oxygen, carbon building blocks. They feed into the nanoprinter and assemble the machine's particle per particle. So he was poisoned using the material for these building blocks. Like a ribosome building structurally complex proteins out of chemical simple nucleic acids. Must be time consuming. You would think. Randolph cracked the code on the parallel manufacturing. The inside's crystalline, sprawling like an ant's nest. Raw materials enter at one of the 1,000 different entry points, coming and recoming at intersections. The finished product ends up at the center and drifts out in a liquid solution. Distilled nectar swimming with millions of nanites in just 2 minutes. Nectar? It's sticky? Can be. It can be, depending on the desired output, but the door vacuum seals while it's closed. But the door vacuum seals while it's cooking, so don't worry. It's completely spill-proof. What a relief. Not exactly a box of paper clips David could just have brought home from the office one day. He must have bought his own for some reason. He bought his own 3D printer. But that compound. Gotta make sure to scan over each thing. Yep. What have we got in this data pad? Some kind of write-up. On the subject of Sullivan's Peak. Much of our world today, and in fact much of our world's economy, is heavily influenced by the uncanny valley. Thought Experiment provides a simple and easily applied explanation for the gaps we see in the otherwise wide spectrum of automated dependence that assist us in nearly every industry on the planet. There's a very simple primal truth to it. We like things that resemble the living, like cartoons and puppets and toys. And we like things that are damn near indistinguishable from living, like whatever name Noble's latest product are being sold under. But there are deep, deep trenches between two ends where products are universally appealing to human sensibility. Appalling. Yeah, the Uncanny Valley will no doubt remain a useful tool for teaching, marketing, and designing for generations to come. But already we are seeing that. But already we are seeing ways in which it fails. It is becoming increasingly clear to us that the space between nearly indistinguishable and truly indistinguishable is much wider than we ever suspected. And it may not be the only part of that map that we must fear. I propose we bridge these gaps and acknowledge by looking to the speculative fiction of Robert Sullivan, who in his most well-known work, Equal Under One Sky, described the concept was thereafter has been described as Sullivan's Peak. Through the lens of his characters and their so very divided world, Sullivan demonstrated that the Uncanny Valley does, in fact, have its own peak on the other side. A point past which making an artificial existence any more human in its features serves only to make the user experience more comfortable. Interesting. More difficult and more fraught with moral pitfalls. Once you reach Sullivan's Peak, traveling any further only diminishes returns. The implications of this idea are far-reaching. We will very soon reach a point at which the designs of ads can only make their creations less lifelike or less likable. A hard stopping point for technological progress. What then, we ask? Surprised to find reading material like that around here. Are they passing around this a gag, or are they actually afraid of Sullivan's Peak around here? Noble must be... They have to be wary of it. Automated dependence that assists us in nearly every industry on the planet, cartoons and puppets. The space between nearly indistinguishable and truly indistinguishable is wider than we ever expected. The designers of ads can only make their creations less like or less likable. A hard stopping point for technological progress. They have to be wary of it. No. Probably dismissive then. If the peak does exist, they'll be coming on it fast now that androids are warm. Noble's entire product line, maybe their entire industry could be bottoms. Oh, no, I was right. Could be bottoms up if people start to think it's cruel. If there's an indication of where the androids are headed. I could see some people getting uncomfortable. All done? You ready to get the ad handled? Thanks for humoring me. Can David step on the scanner? As he says. Understood. Right then, what are we looking at here? Whoa. There's a lot to unpack here. We theorize that it may have been Asher's pincushion. A pincushion, huh? That would explain some of what I'm reading here. What language is that on the screen? Tess. You know, Tesseract, all Noble products and, well, pretty much all products, period, are programmed in Tess. It is a new coding language? Tesseract 4.6, better known as Tex, is the latest version of the Tesseract programming language. Built on top of the Tenet system and utilized in industries around the globe to code the software that allows androids, robots, holograms, and more to react to their environment intelligently and with intention. At the start of the century, there was a much greater variety in the number of programming languages available which to code. Globalization, the standardization of industry procedures, and the gradual erasure of many spoken tongues contributed to the loss of countless programming languages during the mid-21st century. Today, Tess is virtually unchallenged as a global lingua franca programming language. The study and teaching of other older programming languages, mostly done for recreation, hobby, or digital archaeology. That's sad? Globalization spreading so far that it even hits programming languages. Anyone in this world that knows C# or C+, essentially knows Latin. Easy to read and write. Stay compliant. Now this model, what's it go by? Sarah. The Sarah model. It's got everything the 16th line has, that's for sure. Organic skin, hybrid muscles, advanced facial processing, and emoting. But there's a lot crammed in here that's still in development. Like, in the idea phases. Solar cell hair strands, decentralized, redundant power, mental and physical overclocking with extended tolerances. Data stored so large I can't... No. Wow. He had to measure it using... Hell of a poker face. Wait, decryption and signal hijacking? What? Hacking? Essentially. Does that mean it can hack its own tenants? A programming framework underlying the development of all modern automated dependent software. Any and all contemporary supported programming languages are built upon the tenant system, allowing users to designate a series of invaluable priorities for their code to use. Once added to a program, a tenant cannot be circumvented under any traditional circumstances, and even then, only if a tenant with a higher weight supersedes it. It's like higher functioning rules. I'm trying to remember the exact word for it. Tenants were first adopted in the field of computer science as a trio 3 priorities that govern how preserving human life, obeying human commands, and avoiding damage to human property should be prioritized. Fuck, I'm forgetting it. I'm forgetting the name of the actual rule. It was... I'm forgetting the names. I'm forgetting the name. But it was, you must never do harm to a human. You must always follow a human command. However, do not follow the human command that overwrites your first command. I used to remember that name of that like a lot, but I completely forgot what it was. Since then, the number of supported tenants has ballooned to 113. Most of them are requested by lobbyists in the insurance industry looking to better define relative financial value. Tenants are well known for increasing the decision time lag of programs this. Combined with their engineered inflexibility, has made it such that most programmers aim for a tenant limit below 30. Originally, the one tenant that could not be removed from any program was tenant safety 0, aka tenant 0 or tenant 1. Said tenant dedicated that the following program could not produce outcomes that would result in harm to a living person. After the decision reached the people, the Solstice Defense... Oh. That's fucked. Originally, the only tenant that could not be removed from any program was tenant safety 0. Said tenant dictated that the following program could not produce outcomes that would result in harm to a living person. After the decision reached in People versus Volston's defense contractors and a resulting widespread adoption of automated attendants in the military and security sectors, this is no longer required. Though tenant 0 may still be added to particular benign or mundane software as a good luck charm, superstitious ritual, or joke. So They fundamentally overwrote one of the rules of robotics for use by defense contractors. Cool. Very cool. Oh no, that's unthinkable, literally, for an ad. For an ad to break its tenets would be like you stepping into traffic or dropping a baby. Even if you're physically capable of it, it's not something you would ever choose to do. Some people do walk into traffic. Psychotics, addicts, the mentally ill. Does that mean they're androids? Well, no, there aren't crazy androids, so yeah. I guess my analogy doesn't hold up. That's okay. So it can't hack itself, but it was given the ability to hack other systems? The industry line is that such a capability could be an option in certain emergency scenarios, breaking through the firewalls and encryption of surrounding electronics to broadcast directly to police and military channels. Speaking of military, this musculoskeletal setup is drastic. I've never seen this on a consumer model. Can you lift a car or something, Sarah? Most cars. They depend on the center of gravity. Lady, this Sarah could wrestle a public disturbance walker and come out on top. The stomping behemoths that they bring out for riot suppression? And in terms of computational ability, the estimate says... That can't be right. Look, Dawes? I was actually hoping you could tell me something about the software or the metadata. Who worked on it and when? Right. Well, that's unfortunate. The editing logs have been purged. What? That doesn't sound very above the board. Sorry I can't tell you anything about who worked on Sarah or when. Any chance you're going to store those logs? Not here, not with this machine. I need the computers that were actually used for programming this model. Any ideas where those would be? Sarah? I cannot answer that question with any accuracy. I had a feeling you might say that. Ads, right? Sorry, I can tell you that the code is unique. There's hints of the A16 in there, a few of them conclusions. It's just... Dr. Ashur, whoever took very different paths to get there. Sarah has even less in common with every other android on the inside. Sorry, didn't expect to hit a dead end here. You've been very helpful. Can we still get the registration done? Yeah, no problem. We've got the software and forms all set up here. Occasionally we let a new business partner bring one home fresh from the oven, you know? Oven? Gross. Alright, a few basic questions then. Who's going to be official owner of this unit? She is. As it says, unless the will disagrees, it's my responsibility. Right then. You fine with the designation, Sarah? We can set it up to anything you like. Well, actually... Never mind. Sarah will do fine. Okay, that part's all standard. Civilian model, address, contact info I can get from your crumbs. Do you want to reset the factory defaults? Could clear up a lot of quirks. Not right now. The last thing then is the grading. I'm reading 23 tenets here. Nothing too far out of the ordinary. 23? That's higher than I expected talking with it. She seemed more malleable than that. Don't blame yourself. Guessing tenet count from outward appearances has become a crapshoot. Not like it used to be. Used to be they only had 3 tenets total and every unit had to have them. Then came the first accidents, and then the lawsuits, and then the hearing and the legislature. And a demand for more tenants. tenant making sure ads couldn't endanger the state. A tenant stating ads wouldn't divulge private information without prior consent. There was a campaign calling for a tenant to wage... Whoa. There's a campaign calling for a tenant to weigh child and adult lives equally during risk assessment. There's a campaign calling for a tenant to do the opposite. Companies wanted their asses covered. Customers wanted guarantees. There was never much incentive to deny a requested tenant, so the list just ballooned. Until the military entered the market in full force. You sound like you don't approve. I wouldn't go that far. They needed their ads to be able to pull the trigger when ordered to, without clearing 5,000 lines of loaded, hard-coded decision points to get there. I get that. But since the armies are the only ones using tech with bare minimum tenants, all the best, least cluttered, most elegant code is only used for war games. It's not very romantic. Well, not like I was one of the jury. Department of Advanced Defense Projects versus Zenith Technology. The Supreme Court sided with the military's request to set a new precedent that every other army around the world will race to meet. Changing tenants from a mandated list at a root of every ad source code to a choose-your-own checklist. It's funny, ads with the most tenants, they're so locked up you can't even have a conversation with them. And outside the armed forces, the only ads with the single-digit tenants count just for vacuuming floors. The most impressive ones, like what you've got here, fall somewhere in the middle. Sorry, we're on a tangent there. Only thing left is the evaluation. What's getting evaluated? Total financial worth for insurance purposes. Yeah, the insurance companies made sure we had very accurate algorithm for this. No room for human error, they insisted, with no sense of irony. Wow. I mean, I knew it was custom, but what price could they have possibly... That's a lot of digits. You should know, these formulae are pretty conservative with their estimates. Stingy, even. If Sarah's really David's last and greatest work. They say some things are priceless, but when you force an insurance algorithm to pick a number... Try not to get any scratches on it, I guess. Expensive girl. You spoke differently back there. With Dawes, you spoke like he did, it seemed. Like I copied his accent. You seemed to mirror his affect, his tone. It's called being friendly. What's your point? It was just an observation. You can choose to keep those to yourself, you know? No tenant required. Why were you so concerned about registering me in the first place, Adonai? For the same reason I wouldn't drive around in a car without a license plate? Any cop, or even just well-placed camera, could have spotted your barcode and seen that it wasn't set up within any actual data. And then they would have arrested me, and then they would have thrown me in the slammer. No, they would have arrested me and put you in an evidence locker. An android can't get arrested? People get arrested. Property gets seized. And then smashed. Great. You put us over the weight limit. I did no such. Morgan Counselor, your presence has been requested on the upper floors. Who's asking? Vice President of Android Futures, Helen Young. Shouldn't have assumed I still had the opening move. Tell her I'll be right up. I'll redirect your elevator now. Taking control of your elevator is very convenient, forceful, as if Noble was trying to directly steer your investigation. If Noble wanted to shut me down, they wouldn't bother to be subtle. I suppose they could simply refuse to cooperate. Or just let the elevator drop. Why bother with this formality? I'm gonna lose it. Right. Speaking first is a sign of weakness, is it? And here I thought I could avoid wading into the swamp of corporate pretend power dynamics. Silence is only awkward if you care. I can ignore social cues all day long. I always like this time of day. Not too muggy for you? No, I never liked a clear blue sky. It always seemed cold to me. You're in luck. The sky gets more colorful every year as the air quality drops. Childish, isn't it? Marveling at the small sheen of rainbow dancing. Whoa. Marveling at the small sheen of rainbow dancing on the surface of a massive oil spill. That's provocative word use. Apologies for waxing poetic. It's been a very unusual 24 hours around here. Dr. Joan. Just Miss is fine. Miss Joan. I get the feeling you didn't bring me up here to talk about the weather. AB plus, 166 centimeters, 59 kilograms. VP of Android Features and Noble Electronics, likes red meat, flower gardens, high thread counts. Dislikes working from home, shopping online, waiting. Language. Fluent in 3, enjoys attending baseball games. Did not expect that. Hidden talent, getting children to stop crying. No, I brought you up here to express my condolences. I'm very sorry for your loss. Thank you. But I could say the same. I know you and David worked together for many years. Yes, we did, but as much as I'd like to just drop everything and process, the company wheels don't stop spinning for anything, or anyone. There's Dawes if I need help. She sent him, trying to be helpful or just trying to control the narrative. He was great, but that means you know why I'm here. I don't want to make any assumptions. No need, I'll be explicit. I'm here as an officer of the court, which means I'm bound by law to document every rock I turn over, and every person I speak to. Yes, the lawyers made that all very clear. Lawyers? You have an android. It's not one of yours. You could tell that quickly. You've got all the faces memorized. It's easy enough to remember the major archetypes we use, yes. It's about your work, maybe. It's a recent acquisition. Very recent, in fact. One of David's last requests, apparently. David asked you to take it? I've been told that you've been to David's estate already. The police gave me full access to the scene. And you know he wasn't alone last night. Yes, there was a single witness who met with him and called emergency services when he fainted. I was that witness. Really? Obviously. There aren't that many people David would bother meeting with in person, let alone welcoming them into his house and offering them a drink. I also knew that Young is his superior on paper, if not in fame. And I knew that the witness had Executive Plan 3 insurance, so they had to be higher up than David. Well then, do your lawyers know we're having this conversation? Of course. They're all pulling their hair out about it as we speak. I can imagine why. The police cleared you. And you were well within your right to ask for some privacy, given the high-profile nature of all that's happened. So why call me up here? Why cut through all the red tape your lawyers painstakingly hid you behind? Eventually you, or some clever lawyer like you, will get the record open. Through legal means or otherwise. The company's enemies are legion, and they have a playing knife for every occasion. Praying knife. Prying? Still, that would have taken time. Time you could use to get ahead of what could be the biggest PR hurdle the biggest PR hurdle Noble's ever seen. Touche? And so perhaps the truth of the matter is that I simply didn't want to hide. David was my colleague for several years. If I were in your shoes, I would have questions as well. You're doing this for my sake. No, my reasons are purely selfish. I'm only hoping I'm only hoping that talking to someone whose job isn't to defend me from all the consequences might prove therapeutic. If she wants to play a confessional, that's fine by me. But is that really all that's going on here? Why don't you start from the beginning then? Were you in his home last night? Yes, at around 7:30 p.m., the building's penumbra captured all of that quite clearly. He felt ill around 8 p.m., so you spent half an hour together. Why the late call in person? We had an intense discussion yesterday afternoon. David never came in on Saturdays, and I didn't want to spend a weekend glaring at up their screens, so I visited, and he let me in. We talked about the good old days, if you can believe that. Back when we were both new to the company, eager to make a name for ourselves. How long ago was that? 7 or 8 years ago? Miss Young. Putting a number on it doesn't sound that long ago, but it feels... We spent a while like that, just talking. So she got there at 7:30. Last time he touched that device was at about 7:42. At least by 8, he was on the ground, and by 8:04, she was gone. He was lively and sharp. I never would have thought that a few minutes later, that he would be dead. That he would commit suicide in front of me. A firm reply. What happened? 8:15, he said he wanted a toast. He got up, walked back to his workshop, and then he must have went down to his basement to get us a bottle. I checked some messages in the meantime, enjoyed the view. In other words, she stayed on the computer on camera. He came back with a bottle of whiskey and 2 plastic cups. We drank and talked. He got quieter, spoke less. I thought he was just getting drunk. I didn't get worried until he started to fall asleep. I tried to wake him. He wasn't responding. I tried to shake him awake, but he didn't seem. I left him and ran to the kitchen to use the security system. Didn't think to use your phone. No. I was supposed to be here. I suppose I didn't. Look. My tongue is getting so tied reading so much. Ugh. That's looking a little odd. Yeah? I was worried stream was gonna die again for a sec. Wait. Nope, I guess it's fine. Okay. Weird. I might need to use BRB in a sec to get something to drink, or at least like more tea. But it worked out. The Penumbrum's emergency protocol summoned a VTOL straight to his helipad with one button press. When I returned to the parlor, he was limp. I moved him to the floor as delicately as I could. He had a heartbeat, but I just did what I could until they arrived. So he did die. So he did start slumping over, but then you moved him onto the floor. You went with them to the hospital, I take it? Yes, they insisted. They checked my vitals and ran a tox screen, which came back clean. So did David's for all the good it did him. I wasn't paying close attention to what they were saying at that point, but I'm sure they ran through every step of the CCE SOP. That's what they're paid to do. You seem certain that it was suicide. Yes. Why? As I said, he got quieter as time passed and he spoke less. But the last thing he said to me, the last clear thing he said, was that he was happy ending it here. Said he was content. And he downed his glass after that and drank every last drop. Does that sound like David is sure to you? Curious, restless, perfectionist David? No, I guess it doesn't. Okay. I'm gonna take a quick BRB to get some more tea, because I am genuinely running out of water. Because, like, reading the VN segments from near, that's one thing. That can be done and over with in, like, 30 minutes. Like, those are small segments that you can do pretty quickly. This has been nothing but me reading for like 3 hours almost. So I'm going to take a quick BRB to get more tea. Then we can move on with questioning. So be right back. Okay. Refilled my glass. I'll let my tea steep for a few more minutes. And we can go back to asking a few questions. You said CCC, standard operating procedure, a moment ago. What is that? CCE stands for Counter Corporate Espionage, which is just industry double speak for corporate espionage. Only used in self-defense, you understand. So Noble anticipates employees at your level getting poisoned. Give us all kinds of CCE training. Subtly, of course, usually disguised in an itinerary as leadership workshops or psychiatric evaluations. They trained you to expect to get murdered at these leadership workshops. Murder is fairly rare at our level. More likely they'll want us too sick to work. They'll strain company resources in a hospital bed while our positions sit vacant. That's smart. Like snipers purposely avoiding vital areas to strain the enemy's medical resources. It's terrible. Like snipers purposely avoiding vital areas in order to strain the enemy's medical resources. That's nothing compared to what they want to turn on. Compared to when they want to turn an asset. Feel ill for the rest of your life with an undiagnosable malady, or become our mole and we'll send you the antidote every 2 weeks. That's a nasty piece of work. It's a nasty line of work. Consulting. I'm sorry. That's just what they call it. Can't exactly put corporate spy on your CV. So every consultant I've met at a cocktail party was actually... It depends. Did they say that they're consultants? Or did they say they were in consulting? How the hell am I supposed to remember? So do your people think do they think that what happened to David was a deliberate attack? Noble's competitors have been trying to get to David for years. And that's the time capsule they plan to operate on. If this was an attack from a rival corporation, the company would have seen it coming. And they'd probably have struck first. I've been curious about this ever since I saw the scene. Why the plastic cups? There's a story there. David and I got hired around the same time, under similar circumstances. Headhunted while finishing our higher education. During recruiting, the company claimed to want us badly, but in practice, our actual authority was inexperienced and overpaid. You must have been extremely unpopular. You don't mince words. We didn't either back then. We were loudly trying to convince our superiors that their entire sales model for androids was antiquated and self-defeating. The two of them made one-point doctrine? That's not the story I've heard in Noble commercials and Noble-sponsored media. And come to think of it, it's not a story I've ever heard from David himself. We had this deadline, self-imposed, but still a deadline. We wanted to get our pitch to the president of the international sales by the end of the day. Wait, what? 7 p.m. rolls around and people start filtering out. David still has his head buried in diagrams and sales figures. Imagine a technical man like him, a programmer, trying to make a sales pitch. The clock hits 9, and even the zombies start heading home. I turn to David, tell him it's not gonna happen. We're nowhere near finished, and the day's long since been over. He looked at me like I'm the only person on a sinking boat, and I've just stopped pitching water, and he says, "The president lives on the other side of the globe. You've still got all night until his end of day." We wrapped up at 4 in the morning. Just us and the cleaning staff. Back then, only half of them were ads. He finally sends the message, and I'm ready to collapse. I've got nothing. We stared blankly at his inbox for the next 40 minutes, hoping that the harsh light would give us the energy to work through the next day. and we got a response. It wasn't long, but it showed he was interested. I had been turned down so many times before then, ignored and placated, passed up and ghosted, but together, David and I, we had finally gotten a win. So David asked if I've got anything to drink. I've got a bottle of some swill in my cabinet at my desk, but he doesn't want to drink from the bottle. Says he wants to toast. So we sat there at 5:19 in the morning, toasting awful vodka to one another in cups we grabbed from the break room. Toasting our first victory against the corporate beast. Between the lack of sleep and the drinking, the next day at work was hell. Sounds like a good memory. Plastic cups and liquor. That was our little ritual. So I didn't think twice when he presented me with my cup. It was ceremony for us. As VP of Android Futures, you're David's superior, aren't you? That's correct. Didn't you join the company at around the same time? David was always more interested in his work than he was climbing the ladder. He didn't like playing corporate politics game. So he was unpopular around here? Not unpopular, no. Not the great Dr. David Assure. Misunderstood, perhaps. How so? He could be blunt, demanding, some might say. He wasn't trying to be, it's just not everyone could work at the same place as he did for as long as he did. Even with the whole company huffing those inhalers, they couldn't keep pace with David. Speaking of which, I don't see any at Jung's desk. Maybe it's just not something you leave out in the open at her level. So you would say that his work-life balance was... Balance implies the two are at odds with one another. You use work-life harmony here at the company. Fascinating. So was he in harmony? No, David always had plenty of suitors, but he was never willing to put the time in. But I'm sure you're more knowledgeable than I am on that subject. Right. What do you mean? I had to help him draft a lot of apology notes over the years for misunderstandings and double bookings. Scandalous. The A16 only entered production this year, correct? Correct. Pre-orders started last holiday and began shipping in this first quarter. I understand that you were instrumental in the success of Warm Androids. I understand you were that last one was Morgan. I played my part supervising the launch, yes. Weren't you the one who designed serotonin? The factor that enabled communications between synthetic and organic parts? I'm surprised you've heard of that. I did lead that project, yes, but that was years ago. At the time, serotonin was little more than a novelty, a dead end. It wasn't until David took the reins on the A16 that we found a use for it. Took the reins? He was lead programmer on limb coordination, facial expression, exhaustion parameters, and he designed the synthetic nerves that made all of that possible. David did all of that. That's a lot more than just programming. Was he always so gifted in that many fields? Did he fill those roles on the A14 or A15? No. He used to stick steadfast to his role as a software architect. That was his field of expertise, and he didn't wander far. But 2 or 3 years back, he started sitting in on other departments, taking notes. Soon, he was joining the discussion, proposing new ideas. And eventually, it began to follow his lead. Just like that. Just like that. So he just applied himself, and soon he was leading other departments? That's the kind of genius Dr. David Assure was. Maybe they weren't paying him enough. The company profited the most, of course, but the entire industry benefited from his vision and leadership. His loss will be felt for years. So this android, Sarah, even DOS couldn't find any real details on where it came from. It's not in any of our systems? I'm afraid not. Did David ever talk to you or anyone else at the company about a pet project? Pet? No, he never gave me any indication like that. And he didn't talk to me about it. I seriously doubt he confided in anyone else at the company. David didn't trust anyone higher on the chain than himself and anyone below him. Frankly, they couldn't possibly hope to give him advice. He never mentioned me? No, never. Androids don't come cheap. You never heard about him requisitioning parts or resources? Requisitioning parts or resources. I can read. There were never any discrepancies with his company credit card. The company's accounts are mirthless, even by industry standards. They wouldn't humor anybody, not even David Assure. If they had ever detected financial discrepancies, they would have been uproared loud enough you could hear it in the mailroom. You have a mailroom? Not since the 30s. Just a figure of speech. He couldn't have taken resources from the company without leaving a record, but no one would deny David Assure information. He would have been able to obtain all the necessary data to build his own android. Then, with enough time and money, he could privately purchase the raw materials himself. I don't understand it. It must have taken him years to build Sarah. He wasn't doing anything illegal, except the hacking stuff. So why keep it a secret? I don't know. But he was private and a perfectionist. Perhaps he simply wasn't proud of his results. Could be. Well, thanks for taking the time to talk to me. I'm sure this has been a difficult day for you. A difficult day for all of us. A message from Fran. I'm running out of leads to chase. The brat better have good news. Are you really going to take this to court? That's my plan. The circumstances may be irregular, but I'm still defending a client from a criminal charge. It's my responsibility to argue that he's not guilty of what he's been accused of. And is that what you believe? That he didn't commit suicide? I guess I haven't decided what I believe. Would you kindly slow the hell down? I'm sorry, Adonai. Was I walking too quickly for you? That wasn't walking. That was speed walking. Up 2 flights of stairs. It's very different. Speed walking? Sounds like a powerful technique. Is it like Zen Xiao? Is it like the Zen Xiao? Just let me catch my breath for a minute. Adonai, is it possible that you are out of shape? No. But since we left the cab, your heart rate has... I'm not wearing the right clothes. Or the right shoes. Is that so? Yes. Also, I didn't stretch or hydrate, and the sun's reaching its zenith. That would have been several hours ago. Do you mean the air temp? You said it would be a short walk from street level, so I prepared myself mentally for a short walk. Then you took off like a rocket. And you didn't mention we'd have to go upstairs. Are you sure this place is even back here? The reviews online were quite clear. It's worth the trouble finding it. Maybe if you're a mountain climber. When I sent Fran hunting for a musician in David's complete One, that word should have been clicks. 2, it is a wrong word altogether. When I sent Fran hunting for a musician in David's circles, I expected him to bring me someone from the city orchestra or jazz club. The champagne, flute, and tea kind of musician. But this is the tequila and neon part of town. It should be in view if we turn Adonai, be careful. Of what? It's a stray and it's bearing its fangs too. It could be carrying diseases. You should... Relax. Adonai, it's growling. It's not growling at me. See? So it's just me that it doesn't like. Too much static. How'd you get it to calm down? It's an animal, not a monster. It wants to be calm. Do you like animals? What kind of cold-blooded freak doesn't like animals? Do you have a pet? No, never have. Why not? Because I don't want to take care of a pet. That seems counterintuitive to me. Well, it makes perfect sense to me, and I don't need it to make sense to you. But you notice you're only this talkative when it's just the two of us? Just an observation. You shy or something? Did David program you to have android anxiety? It's generally only appropriate to respond to comments that are addressed to oneself. Today I've rarely been addressed directly by people other than you. In other words, you're shy. To make it simple, yes. That is not what I... Can I try petting it? There's no law against it. That's cute. Ultraviolets. This is the establishment. Now to see if Isaac Porter is as habitual as Fran claims. Do you think Father was close with this man? This man who you've never met? I think he was close with him, yeah. At some point. I had some help making that deduction. Fran saw their metadata showed a significant cooling of interaction between the two of them, particularly over the past month. Fran also saw a phone call between the two last night. So they were close. Do you think they were sleeping together? That is completely inappropriate for me or anyone to speculate about. Inappropriate? Adonai, it's only... I'm getting a very important text from my private investigator. Excuse me. Did you catch that killer yet? No. What the hell? I sent you his POS. I'm at his position. I haven't spoken to Porter yet. Anyway, there's no reason to suspect him now. Lame. Surprised you're invested all of a sudden. Isn't David a sure corporate sellout in your eyes? Everyone's a corporate sellout. But a sure gets respect. If I'm a demolitions expert, he's like a really good architect. That's almost sweet, I think. Ashur started out working in Cube. So an architect analogy. By today's standards, he's like, I don't know. As a kid, he built all his bricks by hand. Or something. You know that lit homework can help you with forming analogies. Eat this analogy. Did that come through or did the characters break? It's supposed to be a guy. I take it Cube is a programming language. What's special about it? Pretty much anything coded in the last 20 years is web-based. You code with the assumption you'll always be connected. So you can depend on having fat libraries of references to lean on. And if something does go wrong, your errors get reported to you automatically, but not Cube. You can look it up. But basically, Cube was originally for robotics and like machinery. Stuff that happened to operate in mines. Stuff that had to operate in mines under the ocean. In mines under the ocean, middle of nowhere fields with zero signal service. So Cube had to be self-sufficient. How rugged. We're at a shared learned cube anyway. It's older than dirt. From like the 40s. I don't know. I think his father had a machine shop or something. Vague. Yeah, well, David didn't like to talk about his family, and I never asked. What did your private investigator have to say, Adonai? Cube is a Tier 5 programming language commonly used in the mid-21st century robotics. Intended to support robust behavior trees in low data stream environments, its design philosophy emphasized lean, goal-oriented learning that would not be reliant on the bloated libraries and always online API popularized in the 2030s. Rose Fluff, real name unknown, first began working on Cube in 2044 as part of a student robotics project. Cube 0.9 released in 2045, and by 2048, Cube 3.1 already found itself embedded in robotics engineering across the globe. Despite having what is considered a relatively high barrier to entry in user knowledge and execution, Cube gained widespread popularity, particularly amongst disaffected communities in third world countries, where internet access will remain unreliable for the next 2 decades as regional conflicts would continue. Infamously, Contra-Fighter engineers utilized Cube during the 27-day siege to seize mechanized weapons from peacekeeping factions in a cyber warfare operation that is frequently cited as the key reason as to why the siege lasted as long as it did. Cube has not been developer supported since 2063 and is considered a defunct programming language because much of its documentation was never ported from the old net, and due to its incompatibility with tenets, there is little to no corporate interest in the ongoing grassroots digital archaeology effort to archive it. Interesting. What did your private investigator have to say, Adonai? Not telling. Stage for a talent, pretty close to the floor. Guess it fits with the whole round table aspect of this place. Everyone's on more or less equal footing, dancing in the dark once you get past the border. Do you think they might have met here? David and Porter? I can't see David walking in here. Because you found the walk so challenging? Because it's too loud to relax. And not dark enough to be anonymous. I see. What's that face? You got an opinion to share? The atmosphere's not bad in here, but the music isn't quite. I'll find you a survey to fill out before we leave. What kind of music does an android even like? Early 21st century punk rock. I would die for you. Is that just you, or does that go for all androids? I haven't met all androids. I can't speak for them. Wonder what they'd say. If they're smart, they say they like music. If they're smart, they say that music peaked with early 21st century punk rock. Hell yeah. Debate settled. Bar stock full of colorful selections and busy bartenders. If this isn't the kind of club you could order food in. The only time bar food is any good is when you're drunk enough to forget the taste and gap between chewing and swallowing. Yeah, that's for sure. So you can like eat things Yes, I can. What, like android food? There's no such product. So what do androids eat? Online user guides for noble worm models clarify that they don't eat anything in the traditional sense. They get their energy from electrical charging, usually wireless. Whenever they need to eat, it's to replenish specific vitamins and electrolytes. Sounds a lot like mod users going through their sport drinks and energy bars. And charger separation anxiety. According to the net, worm androids can ingest nutrient-rich processed carbohydrate pellets if they need to forego electrical charging long term. Processed pellets? You mean like kibble? Like dog food? No, it's not like dog food at all. Can you buy it from the pet store? It seems that you can. How is this something you have to look up anyway? Because I've always just eaten whatever father gave me. Like what? Marbled beef. Never hydroponic avocados. Foie gras. Wait, what? Never hydroponic is a movement called for sourcing food exclusively from farms utilizing natural sunlight. Lobbyists for the movement have made unsubstantiated claims about superior taste or natural value, but the label has yet to receive official state recognition, and thus the presence of the term or terms like it on the packaging carries no weight and is not backed by any legal guarantee. One of a number of food sourcing movements that arose in the latter half of the 21st century as rising sea levels reduced the total amount of arable land around the globe and shifted the global agricultural industry towards hydroponics and vertical farms, vertical farms, rural skyscrapers, where each floor is utilized for food production, saving on real estate costs and reducing the impact of unstable weather and agricultural output. That's really interesting. Because that reminds me of Olympus from Apex, where one of the POIs was hydroponics, and it was a vertical kind of food farm. That sort of thing. I am not paying for any of that. That one over there, he matches the photo Fran sent. Should I approach him now or look around more? I'll look around a little bit more. Now I do the very slow thing and just move my cursor gently over like every angle I can possibly put it on. Yep, I missed something. What kind of reading material gets left out in the club? A tabloid interview? You've heard her name on everyone's lips, you've seen her face in magazines and commercials, and done double check to make sure the photos weren't labeled as edited. Now get all your burning questions about her answered here in this exclusive interview with a mysterious woman who's been called in perhaps the only true unanimous vote the net's ever seen, the most beautiful woman in the world. Why the name? People think it's an ego thing, but it was just a random username I picked back when I was grassroots. Then it was a pseudonym. To give me a little shade from all the attention. Now it's a brand, and I can't change it without setting the stock market in the spin. So, you're certainly influential after partnering with Inti. After partnering with you, Inti saw a 3,000% increase in share price. Yay, I'm happy for them, of course, but to be honest, it's such a pain at times like this. She gestured towards her clothes, a plain white tee and gym shorts with no branding visible. On anyone else, it might seem sloppy or even unflattering. On her, it only makes her natural beauty stand out all the more. Who are you wearing, by the way? Sigh. Can't wear anyone unless I'm attending something. If I don't dress like this, all my sponsors fall into bidding wars every time I leave the house. Does it stress you, all that attention? Stress is bad for your skin, right? They say mine's flawless. Can't argue with that. So do you have skincare routine? Any tips that you'd like to share? Be a little bratty, act a little spoiled, keep young. And how old are you exactly? Everyone's dying to know. 18 to 29, now and forever. That is the mentality to live. How old she is or isn't. Luxury got one hell of a mind on the business. Might not do her good than a face in the end. Maybe it's just one hell of a face. In the meantime, she's powerful. Some races are too meteoric for even the Megs to grab the reins on. At this point, Luxury's got them at their mercy. She can send their stocks into disarray with one selfie. Good for her. Okay, yeah, that's him alright. Looks like he's killing time before his sets tonight. Are you unsure how to proceed, Adonai? I'm sure that you need to hang back. As for me, I'll... play it cool. Hey there. Hey. Some sick beats out there on the floor, right? Sick beats? Yeah, or whatever, man. The hell are you? She can't be cool. And you aren't really dressed like a cop. God damn, you're meteor, you fucking poultries, man. Ugh. Perhaps I should start over. My name's Morgan. I was David's friend. I'm currently his lawyer. Can we talk? Not here. Thanks, Isaac. Isaac Porter. 183 centimeters, 86 kilograms, blood type B+, musician, bassist. Likes itineraries, grilling, champagne. Dislikes resistance training, producers, ads. Best at gift giving, worst at folding laundry. Favorite quote, I don't do requests. Don't thank me yet, I might just sit here, shut my mouth and stick you with my tab. So what kind of lawyer are you? What kind of friend? I'm his defense attorney. Think you missed the bus on that then? Yeah? And I'm a friend that needs to know what happened yesterday. Doesn't everyone? Try somewhere else, friendly lawyer. I haven't seen him in weeks. You may not have seen him, but we both know that you spoke with him over the phone yesterday. Only a short time before he died. How the hell? Isaac. It's pretty obvious that you don't want this particular spotlight to linger on you any longer than necessary, so why don't we cut to the chase? No lies, no playing coy. Fine. Sarah. Yes, Adonai? The hell? Is that thing transmitting? I'm not streaming any data, no. But it doesn't seem to recognize Sarah either. One more person David would keep secrets from. I need to record everything for the court. Fine. You two were together, is that correct? We were together. I ended it. Oh. Yesterday. Huh? Care to elaborate? On our entire relationship? Look, you can tell me everything once and I can get it on record. Or you can hear the same questions over and over again from 1,000 different cops and Megs from the next 3 months. We met in a bar. I'd seen him come in a few times, each time with someone else. Each time talking with his mouth but not looking with his eyes. It ticked me off. Scribbling on napkins and letting his single gin and tonic sweat on the table for 2 hours. His dates would all go to the bathroom or take a call and slip out the back. One of them didn't make it in 10 minutes. One of them didn't make it 10 minutes. and he'd still sit there for the rest of the night unfazed. Couldn't tell if he was oblivious or stupid or shameless or the most confident man in the world. And he ticked me off. One night, things were slow and my set had been cancelled and his date hadn't been bothering to think of an excuse before bailing, so I asked him why he insisted on coming here night after night. Just to ignore vapid people he wasn't interested in at a shitty bar with drinks he didn't like. And he just said, because I like your music. That's pretty good. Did that tick me off? It was cute early on. And being so passionate about work, I could barely pretend to understand. I liked that we gave each other space, you know? Felt like we were being mature or whatever. Until... there was no until. No one day where everything turned sour. But at some point I started to understand where his priorities were. And how I ranked in them. And like I said, he was passionate about his work. I just wrongly assumed that he would also be that passionate about me at some point. So I pulled away a little, wanted to see if he'd notice, if he'd miss me. Testing him. Like that isn't the biggest red flag in the world. He never budged. I could ignore him for days and he wouldn't be the least bit ashamed to see me. If I picked a fight, he'd never get angry or upset. He'd just apologize. He didn't want to fight with me. Guess he was never invested enough to bother. It was my mistake. I watched him sit here all those nights, not giving a shit when people walked away and still lying. I had this stupid idea that somehow, for whatever reason, I would be different. That I would be special. But I wasn't, so I ended it. Last night, I called him. Didn't expect he'd pick up. I had everything prepared to leave a message with an assistant or ad or whatever. But he answered. First ring. Without hesitation, shame, or awkwardness. And that ticked me off. So I told him exactly how valued he made me feel in the past few months. I told him exactly how insignificant I felt as the boyfriend of the illustrious David Asher. And what did he say? He apologized. And then he asked me if that was all I called to tell him. Woof. I hung up after that. Spent the rest of the night wrapped up in warm disdain for him and his coldness. And he made that easy for me. I went to sleep hurt but clean, ready for something new. And then this morning I woke up to see that my ex killed himself not 2 hours after he let me walk out of his life without so much as a don't. Not 2 hours after. That means that call was about at 6. What the hell, man? What the hell, David? And now you're just the tip of the iceberg of lawyers and reporters and buzzards. Parasites who want to hear about the man who sent David Asher over the edge. I never wanted to be his last lifeline or the straw that broke his back. I just wanted to be his goddamn boyfriend. Turns out that was asking for too much. It's yet to be determined whether David committed suicide. You serious? You don't have all the facts. And you do. Any one of them point to anyone else? Anything else? Thought so. Thanks for your time. I'll let you get back to it. That's it? No summons? The court has no need for you to retell a sad story like that. The court, huh? Sorry to bother you at work. Sarah, let's go. Your discography is very impressive. Yeah, thanks. And your range is remarkable. it pained me to see that all your works in the last quarter have been so melancholy. I think...
Well, what the hell do you know about any of that? What's the matter? Can't find the words? Need to steal them from somewhere first, butcher them before shitting them back out?
I was not trained on any data sets that...
No, pardon me. My mistake. Really. Not your fault you're only standing here because rich prick nerds were allowed to rob the world blind for most of the century.
Jeez. I can understand where he's coming from. Wrong target. Sarah, we're leaving. What the hell was that about? He was under the false impression that I was programmed using a massive automated learning model in early 21st century. Not that. Why'd you talk to him? I wanted to. I just felt that I should say something to him. A word of advice. People don't want comfort from strangers, especially when they're androids. They want it from people they want it from. Coming from anywhere else, it's just corn syrup on a parched tongue. Doesn't matter how sweet it is. They'll just start gagging. You know a lot about people, don't you, Adonai? Compared to you, I'm a goddamn savant. Come on, there's not much time left. Is there still somewhere you want to investigate? Somewhere I need to return to, actually. Porter was right. As things stand, I don't have any evidence that can establish an alternative interpretation of the facts. But if there did exist hard evidence that could prove his death wasn't a suicide, there's only one place I could find at this point. I could find it at this point. I need to get into that lab. The basement. You're sure you don't want another look at the crime scene? I'm all out of time. Gotta approach this from another angle. Another angle? You know, inductive versus deductive. Flip the chessboard and all that. Haven't you read a mystery novel? I've seen mystery films. Well, let's see if you paid any attention then. What killed David Assure? Poison. 10 points. There's a point system? Now how did the poison get into his bloodstream? He must have ingested it orally. And how do we know that? The medical examiner found no injection marks or wounds. And if he had inhaled it? Inhaled it? Why? Leave the whys to someone who actually understands them. I won't be able to understand anything if I don't practice. Practice by answering my question. I suppose it's possible. While highly unlikely, we would have found a delivery system for it in the building, like an inhaler. Right, an airborne poison is either shoved in your face or sprayed over a wide area. And no one around David has shown any kinds of symptoms. So all we're left with is oral intake. Eliminating the impossible. What's next, Adonai? Jung's corroborated statement was that David didn't exhibit any irregular symptoms or behavior until he started drinking that night. and the police didn't find anything unusual in any of the food or drink in his house. Except for his cup, the results were inconclusive. Jung was drinking from the same bottle in the same type of cup, but didn't get sick. We have to conclude then that David's cup alone was poisoned. That all seems logical and consistent with the police's theory of suicide. So why are we down here? Minus 10 points. Back to 0? David left the parlor and came back with whiskey in 2 cups. Jung told us as much, and apparently the cameras upstairs support her story. So we have to conclude then that he got them from this bar? Better. 5 points. Did he also get the poison from the cabinet? The police have been in here since he left. According to the ARC's file, they didn't find anything that matches the poison down here. So the poison somehow went straight into his drinking cup then. I need to flip this around again. But if you turn something 360 degrees, you're just back to... If I were the prosecution, what would I want more than anything? Proof that David knowingly added the poison himself. He wouldn't do that. And you can make the claim because there's no video evidence to contradict you. How long was David off camera? From 7:36 p.m. to 7:40 p.m. when he left the parlor to get liquor from this bar. So if we had David on camera for those 4 minutes and he didn't poison himself in that time, he would have a perfect alibi for the crime, proving his innocence. But Adonai, we don't have footage of that. There are no security cameras down here. I think there are. What do you mean? This whole building is coated head to toe in Penumbra's security systems, courtesy of Noble. Every console, every corner, every android, and every floor, it's all plugged into Penumbra. Except that. That panel is manufactured by Cotter Security Systems. Why would David put a console for a different security system in exactly one corner of his penthouse? I've never given it much thought. Well, it's been bothering me all day. But my curiosity alone can't scale a 64-digit wall. You mean signal hijacking, or whatever you want to call it. Have you tried it before? It is illegal and unnecessary. Father would not... He would not have installed hidden cameras in his own home. At the end of the day, I can't make you do anything. Well, actually, I probably can now that you're registered to me. But aren't you the one who wanted to prove his innocence? Eliminate the impossible. I will need your I will need your express verbal command. Not like David can press charges against us at this point. Do it. Did you really need me to say that? For the purposes of record keeping, yes. I've gotten past the 64-digit code, and I have found cameras. There are a number of them embedded in this room's walls and ceilings. As you theorize, they're a separate network from the rest of the building. Where are they feeding to, if not the Penumbra system? Behind my hibernation unit. A false wall in the back of a safe. I don't understand. Why would Father possibly have a hidden system of cameras inside his own home? Beats me. He was brilliant and more than a little odd. Throw in a little money and odd becomes eccentric. I see. I think? I don't. The hell was he thinking? What was he afraid of? Why didn't he come to me for? Time's short. Gather facts now and leave the computation for later. What's the story with this anyway? Some kind of fault in the foundation? I don't know. I never noticed that crack before. I want to get those eyes checked. There's nothing wrong with my vision. This crack just must have been created during my most recent hibernation. How? Did David drop a weight a bunch of times over in the same spot? What did David even do with all this equipment? Dry his laundry? What makes you sure he wasn't exercising? Did you ever see him use any of this crap? No, but he must have been using the weights when he wasn't looking, since he promised that he'd take better care of his health. Sir, these weights are all maxed out. David couldn't have put numbers like these even if he was piloting a frame. Don't be so sure, Adonai. Pardon? The following is a true story based on primary sources who were present for the event and its aftermath. Copenhagen, 1981, 8:10 a.m. local time. A towering man with the musculature of a world-class professional rugby player enters the global Dunk Bank of Fredericksburg Lane. He explains to the bank teller that he has a bomb in his suitcase and that he wants his gym bag filled with unmarked bills. A security guard approaches him from behind with a nightstick and swings, but the man simply catches the weapon and bends it into a twisted knot with his massive dinner plate-sized hands. When asked to describe the suspect to the police afterwards, the teller had only this to say: that man was all muscle. The rest of the bank heist proceeds without incident, and the man exits the bank just as police arrived on the scene when suddenly his suitcase explodes. But it was just a smokescreen. Local officers quickly recognize the point and rush towards the door, grabbing each of the hostages as they flee while desperately searching for the perpetrator. What they find instead is a diminutive, frail, sheepish young man barely 160 centimeters tall, holding a gym bag full of money with no recollection of how he got there. Renowned psychologist and trained hypnotist Dr. Werner Kurtzer wrote the following in his diagnosis: acute dissociative identity disorder. That's right, the man had a split personality, and so great was the disparity between his two halves that even when they switched control, his physicality changed, becoming taller, bulkier, and capable of previously unthinkable feats of strength. So be careful what you say a man like Father can't do just because of how he looks on the outside. Sarah, every single word you just said was false. Huh? Don't believe everything you read on the net. Like a cabinet this mysterious entry's on. Police have been through this all by now. They didn't find foreign contents of any of its spirits. No poison to be found here. Well, not that kind of poison anyway. And in which case, can I make you anything? Well, if you're offering, I'll have. Sorry, you're way underage, aren't you? 2 years old or whatever? Technically. Took that one a lot worse than I expected. Cheer up. Maybe you'll find a mocktail if you climb to the top of the ladder. This is a rolling ladder. Motherfuckers! Damn it! How did I not expect the stepladder joke? This is a rolling ladder, a kind of step ladder, not a ladder. What? Remember, a ladder extends, but a step ladder folds out. And? It's important to note a distinction. I bet my life savings that the subject will never come up again, ever. It's not a ladder, it's a step ladder. What's the difference? You step on the ladder. No. For such an easily missed Ace Attorney joke to have such the legacy that it has is absurd. It's not the original. It was appraised and confirmed to be genuine. At least he didn't get ripped off. I'm a Philistine when it comes to this kind of stuff. What does an android see? I see a meeting. Or perhaps an encounter? Two apex forces of nature. Two kinds of the forest. Two kings of the forest, the stag and the tiger. I think. Great, I'm officially less cultured than the robot. I can't believe I put the stupid stepladder joke in. Alright, let's refocus here. So there's some kind of hidden door behind your bunk bed, huh? Essentially, though a bunk bed would imply a second or third. How do we open it? One moment. I see. Got it open already? I cannot open this door. Why? It is a Tethys basic cure? That anti-hack feature in the name is real? It's a closed system, Adonai. The hell am I supposed to do now? Strange. There was a if-then toggle enabled in the security parameters. I don't follow. When Father last suggested the settings here, he made it so that the door would never open as long as I was hibernating. And he made it so that I was the only one who could make her up. Meaning this is a door that only I can open? It'll be a 6-character password. Did you and Father have any influential moments in your life that would revolve around a 6-letter word? Nothing comes to mind. Is there a code that he knew only I could learn? What? David set the password to something in his thumb instead. I'd never forgive him. As you say, Adonai, no, he would have picked up code whose significance was only obvious after the fact. Six-digit code significant between David... Only significant between David and Morgan. Would have been after the fact. Jung's statement made to the police corroborated by the security footage. Jung arrived at 7:30. 6-digit code that would have been obvious after the fact. It was a code that would have to be discovered. It's not the chest one because those movements were, that was 5. It's a date, but what date? I need to look at my evidence again. Hi. It would have been after. It would have only been after waking up Sarah. So is it still the code for the painting? Tenants, Tesseract, Fashva, Purge, Blakefort Disaster, Cyberpunk, Designer Drug, Preliminary Hearing, Inhaler, Turning Solution, 11/25/58. No, because that only gave me. What was the last thing he was looking at? It's about the Android 16s. Animate 16s.
Think, 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 think. It would have been after I picked up Sarah. It's not luxury. It's not any of those. It's either my terms or my evidence. My evidence doesn't give me anything. Cubes, tenant, flash flat, purge, biomonitor, neon ability. Numbers. I'm looking for numbers. I'm looking for a 6-digit number. What did I miss? Said it was their ritual. Animate 16, David Assure. Whoops. Oh. Or the back of my mind. Like a ringing.
think. Tip of my tongue. Tip of my tongue, back of my mind, like a ringing. What am I missing? It would have been after. It would have been information that I would have gotten after getting Sarah out. So it's not the big blue painting. It's a 26-digit. The 26-digit code, it also means he intended for this to be the last step. Selson's Peak, the renaming, the Blood Soldier. What am I missing?
And 2086. No, I tried that. It's not the date of his death. It would have been something after I picked her up. If it's after I picked her up, it would have been by the time that the investigation began. I don't remember any 4 other numbers that came up. I don't remember any 6-digit number that came up. Or a significant number that would have meant something between Morgan and... That means it's something related to Sarah, wouldn't it? Six. Eight, 2, 9, 8, 4. What am I missing? Echoing in my ears like a ringing. I can't quite... Let's type the music. It sounds wrong. Pour over everything again. Think. It would have been something specific.
He made it so that I was the only one who could wake her up, meaning this door that only I could open. It'll be a 6-character password. Did you and Father have any influential moments in your life that revolved around the 6-letter word? A word? Is there a code word that only he knew I could learn? Code word. Code word. I don't know why I was thinking specifically in numbers. A code word that was significant that only I could have learned. Code word that only Morgan would have learned the significance of after waking up Sarah. So if I'm looking for a word, then I'm looking for something different than what I was looking for before. Counter corporate espionage. What am I missing? I'm missing a word. What word? What word? am I missing? Ray's friend, Sarah. You'd never guess. Did feel a bit out of character, David utilizing such cloak and dagger tech, and I've definitely been struggling with the idea of him doing home improvement. But one step in here and it all makes sense. It's a panic room. Scary. A panic room is a place for rich people to hide in when people start bouncing bricks off their windows. They're typically not even on the blueprints. So a noble built this penthouse for one of their executives. Someone slipped this into the mix, and it's remained a noble's blind spot ever since. All David had to do was repurpose it. Make sure you're capturing all of this. I don't want to miss like one chance because of a discovery technicality. I understand, but you needn't specify. My memory is flawless. I can play back visuals, sounds, sensations. I can even give detailed reports on air particles. You mean you can smell? Better than any human and some canines. So does it smell stale in here to you? Stale? It doesn't to me. Almost like someone's been in here recently. Almost like someone visits here frequently. Let's try booting up the computer. You don't think the console is password protected? 2 physical doors, a 64-digit code, and a half-ton Android, and a secret phrase. Yeah, David set a password on his PC after all that. I'm going back to the morgue to have a word with him. Good, it's already signed in. You're looking for camera footage. I'd also settle for a note plainly stating that he feared for his life. What am I doing? Here, you search for video files that'll probably be timestamped and formatted for short-range devices. I have the subfolder. The cameras stream live data constantly, but the files are clipped into fairly regular intervals. Once every week, it seems. The most recent video file here has footage going back 8 days. It was accessed yesterday around 4 p.m. You were asleep then. So the only person who could have been in here at this time is David himself. Let's see it then. Of course, it's just that I am having difficulty. Try double-clicking. I have been trying to open files from the moment I discovered them, hadn't I? But they are encrypted. Damn it, David. You gave me enough clues to get this far, but you wouldn't let me use your computer? What's the brand on the encryption program? If I rush a subpoena, they might have a backdoor I could bluff them into. These files were not encrypted with any commercially available tool. This appeared to be Father's own work. Shit. If David Assure handwrote the encryption on those files, there's no one alive who could. Hey. Was Dawes just flattering you back there? Or is your processing power really that special? I don't know, Can you break his encryption, yes or no? With enough time. How much time would that be? I would estimate it at 2 to 6 hours. That's a 4-hour window. No matter how sophisticated, encryption is still just a code that must be deciphered. And when deciphering any code, progress precedes exponentiality, which makes it particularly difficult to determine the amount of time required to complete the process. 2 to 6 hours. I don't have any better options. Get started. I started 4 minutes and 23 seconds ago. Finally showing some initiative. You've been talking to me this whole time. I have the ability to analyze data in parallel by utilizing subconscious processes so long as the work required is rote. So you're doing it in the back of your head. Actually, I'm speaking to you in the back of my head. I could give the decryption process my full undivided attention, but I would become non-responsive. Hey, that's a pretty nifty feature. I'll have to keep that in mind. Alright, can you take the show on the road, or do we have to rip the computer off the wall and find a battery? I have copied the encrypted files and work on them as we travel. We can leave whenever you're ready. Still can't believe David let me get this far just to shut the door in my face at the last second. But he did let me get this far, and the computer's not the only thing in here. The cabinets are less eye-catching than his computer, but knowing David, that's all the more reason to check. Lots of paperwork, bonds and holdings, a platinum bar. His birth certificate might be nearly as valuable. Can't imagine what people would do to steal David Assure's identity. Down here at the bottom, a binder. Noble's logo on the front, and in the middle, enough pages to dwarf one of those phone books you see in period pieces. They're masquerading legalese even on the table of contents, but basically, this is his employment contract. Hold on to this for me. It must be very important if you're giving it to me. It's certainly very heavy. Was there anything else in there? Expecting an updated copy of his will to show up? It is a possibility, isn't it? Maybe in a corny old murder mystery. A widely beloved, respected genre with over 2 centuries of... There is something else. Your papers. That Evangeline Morgan be given immediate and complete ownership of the android designated Sarah. It's dated to a few weeks back. Had he already made up his mind about all of this? If he had, why did he hide this where no one else could find it? Was it just a backup plan? Well, at least we got something a bit more concrete than Starling's word now. Her word should be plenty, shouldn't it? Not if people realize how precious you are. Aww. As a collector's item. You've met to meet one person who knows what the hell you are, but Noble could easily argue that you fall under private technology or physical holdings. Unless I had something like this. It's good that you do then. I'm glad that Father wanted to go with a friend of his. Yeah. This'll get me a huge tax write-off when I donate you to for-profit college. You could at least pick a charitable institution. It's just an old saying. All colleges have been for-profit since the 60s. That doesn't make me feel any better. You can cheer up in the car. Hail us a ride to the courthouse. Priority. There's an upcharge at this hour for priority transportation. That's irritating. But I'd like to have more than just a few minutes to prepare once we get there. The upcharge is a multiplier of 5.7. What? I'll prepare on the way over. Very good, Adonai. Okay. I think that's a good place to stop. Because I actually wanted to stop a little bit earlier, but then I got hard stuck on that thing. But then I guess from here is when the court case actually starts. So yeah. I'm absolutely loving every second of this. Yeah, I don't really have any words. I want to finish this next week. Hopefully I can. Hopefully it's not gonna take another 4 hours. But yeah. Thank you for spending time with me. I hope you enjoyed yourselves. That was a lot of reading. Gotta admit, my voice got a little bit tired there. But that stepladder joke kind of made it all worth it. So, take care. Have a wonderful rest of your night. Or whenever you see this. And yeah, I don't know. Do something nice for yourself. Spoil yourself in some small way. Alright. Johnny!